I remember back when John was first toying with the idea of making out the front knives, and he was so excited. He definitely has a thing for them. He's a fan, just like we all are. I knew he would bring a different feel for them, and I knew the design was going to be really cool, but I had no idea that he would go as batshit crazy as he did with this one. This is the EMP EDC Pulse R. Now, before I confuse everybody, there is a standard pulse, which is much more, well, I already said the word standard. This is anything but. This is something special, and that's why the R is there. As with all EMP EDC products, you're going to get a veritable boatload of stickers and cool stuff in the packaging with it. If I can reach this one, I can't. I just shoved it too far in there. No big deal. And the Neutron Man in the poker chip as well. Oh, I don't know what that does, but I'm going to have to find out later. Okay, now. Yeah, this is just a little bit ridiculous. Here is what a standard 3.5-inch bladed out the front is going to look like, right? You can wrap your hands around it. This, it's like a candy bar. Oh, man. Leave it to him to do something so incredibly crazy. I really, really dig this. So here's a comparison up against a Microtech Cypher 2. You see that they're dimensionally almost identical in their length. The blade length, I believe, is also just about exactly the same. Yeah, it's pretty much the same thing, except this is about, 25% wider or taller if it was sitting up this way. Wicked cool, completely different concept than everybody else's. Very, very just, wow. This is the kind of thing that it brings a smile to your face. And let's be honest, sometimes I miss that with knives. We all get caught up in something that's, very utilitarian and very EDC and, very, very fancy, like an integral or something like that, or kind of an artistic kind of piece, or something that's made in a way that you just haven't seen before. And sometimes I just want a knife that puts a smile on my face. And this absolutely does that. Let me tell you about the specs real quick here. If you're not following EMP EDC on Instagram, change that shit right now. Start doing it. Now, if I'm not mistaken, all of the standard pulses are sold out, but the R is still available on empedc.com. So you can actually still buy this, unlike almost everything else in this entire upcoming video. Most of this stuff is either going to be prototypes or one-offs or something special about them that you're probably not going to be able to get one. This is one of the few knives that, yes, you can go out and get right now. You're looking at a 6061 titanium alloy body. That body is 4.9 inches. It is a big, bad bitch. The blade, believe it or not, this is MagnaCut. He didn't make this just as a joke. He made this also to be a real, true, serious knife. MagnaCut running at 63 to 64 HRC. Insane. Blade length is 3.6 inches. Total overall length is 8.3. Your pocket clip, by the way, is titanium. And on the button, you have a choice of titanium or pisswater plastic, Ultim. All of your hardware that's holding the body together is stainless steel. Now the weight. Oh my God. Dude, this is 5.8 ounces. It's a friggin' boat anchor. It's incredible how hefty this thing really is. And that big fat ass blade comes rocketing out of there. Now, it's got jimping all along the blade spine, which goes along well with the nimble and the relative and the other EMP EDC designs. This is not a knife that they intend for you to get choke up on and actually use the jimping. I would suggest don't do anything of the sort. Same thing for the blade opening here. Obviously, you're not swinging that blade out manually, but that follows along with the nimble and the relative blade styles. And look at the compound grind here. Beautiful hollow grind coming to a nice flat ground tip. You've got the full length fuller going all the way off the edge of the blade, or off the tip of the blade, I should say. And that's done in a really nice matte finish. Everything else is done in satin. This is a damn good looking knife, while also looking pretty friggin' comical. That's nuts. Here's a fun pairing for you. Both are fat and flat. How you like that shit? So you have one of the most ridiculous, overdone out the fronts ever made by anyone, and one of the most ridiculous, overdone flashlights ever done by anyone. Yeah, that says 8,000 lumens. The EDC 37 by Nightcore. I'm not actually going to be talking about this beyond that, but I just thought it'd be kind of neat to have them sitting there together because they do kind of match each other. So that is that for the EMP EDC Pulse R. If you're wondering why I'm talking kind of fast, it's because I kind of got to rush through this. I am going through all these for the second time now because I sat down to edit all these different segments, and I only got about halfway through the segments, and I was already at over 3 hours. So what I'm doing right now is trying to condense things. I don't want to cut this short because I love John and I love his work, but it's going to be the same thing for most everybody. There's a couple segments I'm not going to re-edit because I can't re-film them, so they're just going to have to remain painfully long. But John, thank you so much, man. The support that you've shown me over the years has been incredible. You've been an absolutely wonderful dude to deal with. I'm so very happy for your success. You came out of nowhere. You came out of left field with a ridiculous, crazy, insane little fidget toy of a knife with the nimble. And it took off like wildfire, and I couldn't be happier for you. You deserve it. You're a damn good designer, and you make shit fun. Thank you for bringing fun back to the knife community, because at that time when you popped up, we sorely needed it. And I hope you stick around for a hell of a long time. All right, let's make our way to the next item, and let's get crazy. Oh, I told you boys I was going out with a bang, didn't I? How about this? A Todd Rexford massless fixed blade. Not only is this a knife made by one of the true, honest-to-God living legends in this industry, this is his personal knife. This is the knife that he carries and that he uses, and he allowed me to borrow, which that's just flat out amazing. I've had a wonderful opportunity over these last 13 years doing my channel to make friends with a number of absolutely amazing and highly talented knife makers. But I'm not on Todd Rexford's Christmas list. I don't even think he knew my name until a year or so ago. And that was probably because I bugged him with some ridiculous question about one of his knives. And for him to send out his personal knife, trust me with it, trust basically a complete stranger with it, and allow me to come out here and showcase it here on my final hurrah video, my goodbye YouTube video. I thought that was really, really super cool. I definitely geek out when it comes to Todd Rexford's work. I'm a complete fanboy. I will always be, and I'm always going to be biased. I think he is one of the most brilliant designers, one of the most amazing machinists, and one of the most gifted knife makers that has ever lived, but in particular, that exist in the industry today. Everything he does is wild. Everything he does is just different enough from everyone else's work that it stands all on its own. Now, we are going to talk about the theta sheath system here in a moment, because that really is the main draw to this particular knife. But I want to focus on something else, a smaller detail, just for a moment. And this really does speak to Todd's brilliance and the way that he's able to design something that's so useful, yet it doesn't stand out. It doesn't scream, hey, look at this cool, neat little thing that I did. It's very, very subtle. And that's the way he finished off this glass breaker at the rear of the tang on this handle. So what he's done, this is something that I struggled with for years. There were times that I had customers that wanted me to add a glass breaker to a knife that I was making them. And it was hard to come up with something in my mind that was simple and effective, and it didn't really stand out. When I put a glass breaker on the end of a knife, you saw it, your eye went right to it, because I didn't have the mind that Todd clearly has. This is very, very subtle. You almost don't notice it. And all he's done here is he has shortened the scales to expose just a little bit of the tang. And then he has, now you see that it's shaped, and it comes to a little point here. And then he has beveled it inward just a little bit, enough to get it a little bit narrower. And the grinds are absolutely perfect, as you would expect from someone at his level. I love that, because that is an additional utility that this knife now has that doesn't really stand out. You don't see it in the overall design. When you're sitting here looking at this knife, you don't even know that's there. And that's, to me, some of the brilliance that some knife makers display. So Todd says that the best way that he has found to resheath this knife is to index the blade into the channel, find its way in, and then just slide it in. And then you'll see that this cammed lever here snaps into place, and it snaps into a slot on either side of the blade. Now, this is obviously a truly ambidextrous system. You can flip over the clip to the other side, and then you can have the cam lock here engaging on this side. Now, I'm not going to do this very much because, again, this is Todd's carry knife. This has very clearly made its way into his shop, and I hear a little bit of grit down here inside of the theta sheath, and I can't get it out. And I'm not going to take the man's sheath apart. And since I retired and I shut down my shop, I sold almost everything in my shop. I don't even have an air compressor anymore. How pathetic is that? As a man, you need to have an air compressor in your garage at all times. You will find a multitude of uses for it. That's just kind of the way it is. So it's almost like not having a hammer. So I'm a little embarrassed that I don't have one anymore. Now let's talk about the sheath system. This is a patent pending design. It's made for a fast draw, and you can carry it, like I said, in a multitude of different configurations. This one's set up pretty standard to go standing up on the belt. You can do a cross draw, forward draw, anything that you want to do with this, you can. And that's how I would carry it. I would have this oriented 90 degrees, and I would have this the whole knife along my belt line. I like that because it's very easy to conceal a larger fixed blade. And this is not tiny. I'll give you the specs here in a moment. And the minimalist system that he has going on here with the sheath makes it even easier to do that. So the backbone of the sheath is 2 pieces of aluminum with kydex right down the middle inside. There's a good shot of it. You can see the kydex right there. So you have a kydex channel, and on either side you have this aluminum that keeps everything extremely lightweight. As I mentioned before, it is completely ambidextrous. And you've got the standard 3/4 inch hole spacing so that you can accommodate, as Todd says, almost all of the commercially available belt loops, clips, whatever it is that you want to use to attach this. If you want to put this on Somali, if you want to put it on your plate carrier, you want to put this on your belt, you want to carry it inside the waistband and secure this around your belt, you could do all of those things with this system. The overall specs on this knife, how easily that comes apart. How friggin' cool is that? The blade steel is CPM 3V with a 4.5 inch blade length. Your overall length is 9.320 inches. You've got a wonderful functional thumb ramp here with exceptional jimping. And I'm going to take a guess here. It feels like it was hand jimped. It feels like that was hand filed in. Now, maybe he did it on the mill, and there certainly is a reason to believe that because he is a master machinist. But as tight as all that is, and the way that it feels like he used a hand file. I'm still a big fan of 3V. To me, it's still one of the better performing tough steels. You're going to do pretty much everything with this steel. I also love the fact that he's using what are essentially folder pivots to put the handles onto the tang. I like how tactical it is. And I like the flexibility that the hardware gives you. The other thing I like is the shape that he puts on his scale fronts. I'm always amazed when I see makers just give up when they're shaping their scales and it's just a straight line or one single angle and it just looks boring and it looks like it was an afterthought. Like, oh, what do I do with the end of the scales here? This is nicely shaped without being ridiculous or crazy. Got the lanyard hole back here if you choose to use a lanyard. Now, what I don't know, unfortunately, and normally I've got this, but I do not know what he sells these for. And you know what? It doesn't even really matter because, one, you can't order directly from Todd Rexford. He is at that level, no books. That's it. When he does make knives, they're going to go out as special lottery pieces or they're going to go out as auction pieces at the bigger shows. He's always a TKI. Remember, TKI, Tactical Knife Invitational, you have to be one of the best makers in the world and you're invited to exhibit at that show. And he's one that's there all the time. And then you've got dealers like Sacco at Recon 1 that do buy directly from him and then don't do a crazy markup and sell them. But generally, if you're looking at a knife, let's say one of his standard folders like an Epicenter. Let's say that was $4,000 from him direct. You're going to pay $12, $15, maybe $18,000 for it when people are fighting for it on an auction. So when I say I don't know the price for this and it doesn't really matter, that's what I mean. This could be a $1,000 knife for all I know. I think that would be far too low for what Todd puts into it, but let's just use that as an example. On the secondary market, you're going to pay at least triple. And this is with a pretty standard finish and pretty standard scale material as well. Nice textured micarta, nice and grippy. And of course, as you would expect, at his level, Todd is heat treating his own steel. And he was telling me this one hits 62.5 HRC. It's got a triple temper with double cryogenic. So the grain structure of that steel is as tight as it can possibly be. Tight and uniform gives you a high performance blade. This blade in CPM 3V, I would expect to far outperform most other makers' 3V blades and all production knives with 3V blades because of his heat treat and temper. It's a big deal. So to Todd, on the off chance that you're watching, I want to thank you again so very, very much for allowing me to have the opportunity to showcase this knife to all of my friends here on YouTube that have supported me for so many years and been here for me when I was putting out new videos and helping to build my channel. I wanted to do something special for you guys, and some amazing people stepped up, including Todd Rexford. And I can't possibly thank you enough, Todd. Super, super cool of you. And I'm going to wrap this back up and treat it like it's my little baby and get it shipped back to you. Thank you so much. And to you guys watching, thank you for being here. And I've got more and more and more to come out with, including another badass fixed blade. But that fixed blade, not only can you purchase one, but they're affordable. So stay tuned for that as the merriment continues. How the hell do you follow up Todd Rexford's personal knife? It's a daunting task, but I'm going to try it right now. We're going to go full tilt batshit crazy into the wildest, I think it's going to be the wildest. Let me think. No, it is one of the wildest knives that I'm going to be showcasing here in this final upload. This, I am very, very, very proud to bring out. This is the Mundus Knives Penitential Gen 2. Now, I want to warn you that while these are available currently, they start at $800. Mundus Knives is clearly the pinnacle of custom art knife manufacturing out of China. These are proudly made in China. This is not one of those brands where it's somebody has designed something cool and they're kind of trying to keep it a secret that they're making it in China. This is a Chinese individual who is a designer and manufacturer and teaming up with other manufacturers for different models, such as the Carmen, which I was very, very proud to bring out to you a few months ago, and I still carry this a hell of a lot. This is, it's an artful masterpiece, the only way I can put it. Let's start here with the case that they put it in. I'm not gonna lie, I don't fully understand the case. It's wild, it's crazy. I don't know what all the various things are for. Here's something crazy. This is a fidlock. Fidlocks are expensive, very, very, very strong latches, seen primarily on motorcycle helmets. And it's a fairly new, I don't want to call it tech, but it's a fairly new thing. And I don't know why it's on here. I have no idea. Now, I had the chance to communicate back and forth with Mundus Knives about this knife because I know mine is not the first that you're seeing, but everybody else that showcased theirs or reviewed theirs didn't have a lot of information for you. It left you with more questions than answers. So hopefully with the information that I got directly from them, I'm able to give you a little bit better of an experience, I hope. Because that's what I have always strived for with every video that I make anyway. All right, let's see what we've got here in the packaging. First off, this is one of 2,000 knives that are being made, and Mundus considers that a limited edition. Whether you do or not, that's entirely up to you. 2,000 is a huge edition. Even if you were a monster company that is a household name, let's think of Chris Reeve Knives. If they made something with only 2,000 knives, it would still probably take a couple of months to sell out, and it probably wouldn't feel all that exclusive. But Mundus is a much smaller brand. It's going to take them a hell of a long time, I would think, to sell these out, especially at this price point. So only you can decide if that means something special or not. This also comes with it. I'll explain the double crosses to you in a little bit. This does have some religious symbolism going on throughout the entire knife, and I find that to be rather interesting. But here's where we're going to kind of go off the deep end. With a biblically accurate angel. And this is one of one of 4 hanks that are available, and one of 2 that come inside of the packaging. Actually, I would swear there were 4 in the packaging, and I might have just put the other 2 somewhere else for right now. I apologize, but holy crap, look at that. And these are very, very high-end hanks. These are extremely nice. Super impressive. Packaging is phenomenal. But you know what? When you're spending $850 on a knife, it should be friggin' phenomenal. All right, that's just paperwork. Let's put all this back in the box. Okay. Take a listen to this. The knife has its own harmonics, truthfully, because there are 2 sets of tuning forks back here that make up the backspacer. Here is one long tuning fork and one shorter tuning fork. And if you hold the knife just right, you can get this musical note to come reverberating out of this frame when you open the blade. Now, the penitential has also been called the penitentia or repentance in the past. It is now strictly called the penitential, and this is the Gen 2. Now, this was solely designed by Hulin, who is Mundus Knives. And Hulin is known for futuristic, artistic designs blending innovation and collectability into wild and almost impossible to manufacture designs. I mean, take a good look at this. All these black sections here, that's blackened titanium that is attached to the skeletonized and sculpted titanium frame, mysteriously, I see no way that it connects. And I see no hardware visible from the inside. And maybe it is, like there's a screw right there, but I don't see anything else anywhere. And then you have the brass eyelets through these center holes. Like, how this is made is beyond me. It's crazy. Now, you look at it at first and go, oh, it's a front flipper. Well, maybe it is, but your hand is going to be in the way here. You're trying to get past this corner and that corner. So I cannot actually find a way to front flip it. For me, there's two ways. One is to hold down the lock and fling it out. And if you do it in a way where you keep your hand off of the back of the frame, that's how you get the tuning forks to go crazy. But what I do is I reverse flick off of the thumb stud that you almost don't see at all built into the blade. It's crazy, man. Now you look at this and you're thinking this has got to be hotspot hell. It's not. This is actually a ridiculously ergonomic knife. I will say this though. This part of your finger does engage a couple of little sharp areas here. They won't cut you or anything, but you're going to feel them if you were really bearing down. Who's bearing down? You're not doing any hardcore cutting with this. This is a show-off piece, man. This is going to be sitting in its own special case with a single LED highlighting it. Maybe a statue of an angel or something next to it, or I don't know. But this is a special piece that you're not going to have. That you're not going to be using. Let's listen to this. And my finger was still in the way. I'm sorry, I cannot get enough of that. That is so damn cool. The action is fantastic. It is glass smooth. It's got a nice detent feel to it. Let's talk about the crosses here. What the crosses are, this is a spanner tool so that you can simply get in here to the 6 oversized screws to disassemble the knife. That's what this is for. You would have no way of knowing that because it's not marked in the packaging. Hulin did let me know because I'm like, listen, this is all wild and everything, but what the hell are the crosses for? And that's how I found out. So yes, that is part of your disassembly. Let's talk about some pros and cons and stuff like that. For me, it's about the design. You've got a really intuitive grip, so it's super ergonomic. Your hand just knows where to go on this knife. You've got super fast deployment with a satisfying action and almost no play to it. It's so wild. It's so much fun just to sit there and play with. Getting into the pros, it's got exceptional build quality and balance. It's fun to fiddle with. It's sharp out of the box, which if you own a Carmen, you know that they don't come razor sharp. And I think that was an issue they had when they first began importing into the United States. They were trying to bring them in as, I don't know, art pieces or sculptures or something weird, or where they weren't supposed to be functional knives, so they weren't super sharp. This one does have a nice edge to it. You've got the collector's appeal. There's limited runs, there's anniversary tie-ins, like there's a third anniversary coin with the penitential motif. There's all kinds of stuff going on. Now, there's some cons also. This is going to be pricey for most, gimmicky to some. And I'll give it to you. You might look at that and go, that is just, it's way too overdone. There's way too much going on. From the angel's eye in here to the crucifix here. I'm not sure what the symbolism of this hole is. I'm sure there is one, though. Then you have another crucifix here on the pocket clip if you're doing left-hand carry. Right-hand carry pocket clip also has the same crucifix on it. Crucifix on the back side as well. And then you have this. Be helpful if I brought it into focus for you. Now, I did go ahead and research this. If this is Latin, it translates to, no one provokes me with impunity, or more loosely, no one attacks me and gets away with it. But if this is actually Esperanto, then the translation is, the gnome imposes the dishwasher on me. Or more naturally, the gnome is forcing me to do the dishes. You decide. Yes, I'm obviously going to go with the Latin interpretation. So as easy as it would be for me to spend 20 minutes on this knife alone, I have to move on because there's so much to get to. But I will tell you this, if you have come across this knife, whether by following Mundus Knives on Instagram or by shopping online, and you've wondered, is it worth it? Does it feel cheap? Does it feel clownish? Is it overdone? First off, it is absolutely worth every penny you're paying when you look at the marvel that's sitting in front of you, the engineering that had to go into the manufacturing of all these individual components and then fitting them all together. Look at the tolerances here. Look how tight and perfect absolutely everything is. If anybody looks at this knife and says, oh, that's not worth $850, then they have no idea how a knife is made. So just based on the materials and the workmanship alone, this is absolutely worth the money that they're charging. Now, can you validate that expense? Well, how do you typically validate it? Are you going to be carrying this all the time to get some use out of it to validate your purchase? Probably not. This is not an easy knife to carry. It takes up a lot of room in the pocket. And your pockets have to be fairly slim because of how close to the frame these pocket clips are made. So if you're wearing jeans all the time, you're going to have a hard time getting this in and out of a jeans pocket. Trust me when I tell you, because I have done it. If you're basing value off of utility, then no, it's not worth it, because you are never going to break this out for hard cutting tasks. You're never going to take this to work to use as a work knife. This is a showpiece. And for those of us that collect knives for a variety of reasons, we all have certain knives that are showpieces, that are pocket jewelry, that are, this is what I want to wow my buddies with when they come over and look at my collection. This absolutely is that knife. And it is absolutely worth every penny. Now, let's make our way into something, it's easy to say, completely different from this. Let's see where we go. Into something not quite as insane, but still quite insane anyway. This is a prototype from VC Edge. Jason Van Camp, when I reached out to him, I said, hey, do you have anything cool laying around? Because I love his knives. I think they're awesome. I've had a chance to review a couple in the past. And while he didn't have any interfaces laying around because he's in between runs, he's getting ready to fire up another run of interface. He says, you know what? I do have something that I think you're going to find really interesting. I've got a prototype I'm working on. But he was nervous because he goes, I need you to understand it is an early prototype. It is a rough prototype. It is not ready for public consumption, and it's certainly not near what it's going to be in its final stages. So I want everybody that's watching this to understand that. What I'm going to show you now, you may not see come to fruition, or maybe at all, but if it does, maybe it's a year or two down the road, and it may be a very different knife by then. And any little rough areas that you see here are because they were modified by hand, maybe with a hand file, to make something work, to make it fold right or lock up right. So it's not going to be a perfect knife. But you are going to be the first people in the world to have seen this and to hear a little bit about it. This is the modulus prototype number 2. This one happens to be done in 20 CV. It's hitting 62 Rockwell. And here it is. Now, you undoubtedly have already seen my Instagram post that showed this knife in a sneak peek. At least I hope you've been following me. This thing is utterly absurd. So you've got just under a 3.5-inch blade here. Yet the whole knife weighs a touch over 2 ounces. It's under 2.5 ounces for the entire knife. So what you've got here is a hybrid manufacturing process that Jason Van Camp has perfected that I only know of one other knife maker previous that had. And yet we all know who he is. We don't really want to say his name because that was a really bad situation the way he left the industry. But here Jason has picked up the mantle and he has done this wonderful hybridized process where 80% of the blade is carbon fiber around the steel core that will end up being the exposed edge. So then, of course, obviously, the rest of the whole frame is going to be carbon fiber because that's something that everybody has done. Now, I find this interesting. I love the back spacer. And it's meant to look like a series of individual standoffs, like these little barrels that are sitting next to each other. And I kind of wish they were, because how friggin' cool is that? But that is a one-piece back spacer that he has expertly milled to really give you the illusion of multiple standoffs. And I think that's pretty damn cool because you've got 2 standoffs up here. And what those are for is to increase the stability of the frame so it can't be crushed and it won't flex too much where it's not going to get in the way of the blade. Now, as far as the blade goes, even though it weighs almost nothing, it flicks out really, really well because of the bearings that he's chosen to use in here. Now, I would expect that pivot is going to be different on the final piece that he manufactures. I keep wanting to say produces, but that brings up images of a production knife. These are full customs, and they're multi-$1,000 customs. As a matter of fact, the interface just experienced a price increase. He kept the prices the same during all of the material shortages following the pandemic, and while all of material costs were skyrocketing, he kept the prices the same throughout all those years. Now, he has recently just decided, okay, I can't take any more of that. So he's had to raise the prices on the interface. So you're probably spending a little over $3,000 for a basic interface. So I don't know how much this modulus is going to be, but I'm sure it's going to be somewhat close to the interface price. This is all titanium back here, I suspect. I don't have any information on that. It could be steel. No, it couldn't be steel because it's too feather light to be steel. So I'm going to go with the fact that that's probably going to be titanium. You're going to have a steel lock bar insert along with the steel interface there on the blade because you can't have a lock bar hitting carbon fiber. It would wear it away in no time. So I would expect that the pivot's probably going to get a little bit fancier. At least I hope it does. It looks a little bit too utilitarian here. I would suspect he's going to experiment with many different types of carbon fiber. This particular weave is, it's like an interlaced weave. It's pretty cool. And it's got that nice motion when it moves around in the light. But I think you're going to see a lot of different kinds of it. I would love to see a marbled carbon fiber, 100%. How cool would that be? Now, for me, this is not the perfect EDC knife. Number one, I wish it had a flipper, but I see with where he has his standoffs, that's probably not going to be a possibility. It's a little bit cramped up here to try to do that because it gets very, very, very narrow. But it's very easy to flick or slow roll off of the fullers that are milled into the blade. Super easy to do. Or, I mean, if you really want to look like, Mr. Straight Razor, you would open it with two hands, right? You would do one of these numbers as you're making your gangster-like threats. Very fast. And it locks up pretty damn good as well. Take a look at that. There's some areas here that I'm not really a big fan of. But for me, the big thing is this frame, to me, needs to be shaped in a way that you've got a finger choil here that has a guard. Because you will always come in contact with the heel of that blade. And this is extraordinarily sharp. I don't know if it's exactly razor sharp, but it is stupidly sharp, and that is going to nail you. So I'm hoping that part of the frame can come down. I don't think it's going to look too out of place when it's closed. No, if it comes down a little bit and creates a guard that prevents your finger from hitting that, that to me is a necessity. That's the only feedback I can give Jason. And the only one thing I know that I don't like about it is the fact that I would be slicing myself open. I also find it rather precarious to unlock it. Because you always kind of want to get to where the interface is, right? But yeah, no, I'm going to cut myself. So you end up hitting this corner. So if he can figure out something to do in that corner to make it a little bit nicer, I'm sure that'll be the way to go. Anyway, here is your look at the modulus prototype number 2. Thank you, Jason, so much for sending this in and trusting me with your very delicate prototype. Thank you for taking the risk of shipping this around the holidays. That's always super sketchy. And I hope everybody recognizes as you're watching this, you're going to see some knives on here that will sell for $10,000 and above. And someone took the risk of shipping that right at Christmas. At the time of recording this right here, right now, we're 5 days away from Christmas. You know how stuff disappears in the mail during Christmas time. So I want to thank every single person, from knife makers to production companies to collectors, that have sent in knives for this. Thank you so very much for trusting me, number one, and number two, for risking what you have with the U.S. Postal Service and UPS and FedEx. It's scary as hell, but so far so good. We've had no issues. Knock on wood, or knock on fiber. All right, let's move on. Let's get the hell out of here and try something different. This knife, as I'm sure many of you already know because I'm late to the game on this one, was designed by a big Hollywood actor. And that's kind of insane. And I had the opportunity just last night, as a matter of fact, to message back and forth with him. His name is Sean Ashmore. And as far as I understand it, he is really excited about being involved in the knife community, being a longtime collector himself, which is what led him to start designing knives. It seems that he's open to just communicating with any of the people that are interested in his products. And I think that's damn cool for somebody that's made it to the level that he's at. And he's been in a few movies that I truly, truly love, even a TV series that I've truly enjoyed. But he seems like just a normal, regular, everyday guy, and that's pretty awesome. And that's what we need if somebody's coming from an industry like that into our community, is to not bring the Mr. Hollywood kind of attitude with him. My family worked in the film industry for my entire life, and I grew up on film sets, and I've been around that my entire life, and that led me to my career in television for the decade or so that I was doing it. And I can tell you, man, there are a lot of people that they really portray themselves as being super cool, down to earth, regular Joes that absolutely are not. And he kind of seems genuine, and that's cool. But fanboying aside, let's get into the actual knife. Now, the Civivi Guile is an extremely affordable knife. It's something that most everybody can get their hands on. And then you can further enhance them because Sean has offered a kit in a number of different materials, I guess is the best way to put it, that you can replace on your frame here. Because this is just canvas micarta. And I know a lot of you out there absolutely love micarta. I hate micarta. I always have. Those of you that follow me for any length of time know this about me. I have never made a knife in micarta unless it was one of my customs that somebody specifically wanted micarta. I had never offered it. And in my production offerings, I've never offered micarta because I despise it. But it is certainly a tough material. It is an affordable material, and it's something that's going to pretty much last you a lifetime. Now, what he's done is he's offered a kit where you can get scales and a custom pivot with his logo. He had done one set, not I mean one like he made only one, but I mean one variation in zirconium. He did another variation in mokutai, and I think he was doing a few different what's the name of the pisswater plastic, the ultim stuff. And I thought that stuff was super cool. And that's what led me to messaging him was we were talking about that kit. And unfortunately, Instagram notified me of this really awesome post that he made from his account that announced, hey, I'm going to be offering this really cool upgrade kit, and it's going to be available in limited quantities. Get ready. I'm going to drop it tomorrow. I didn't realize that that post was shown to me a whole day late. So I missed it by a day. So I'm going to be waiting around. Hopefully he'll be doing a second run. And I'm going to try to get a decorative kit to kind of dress mine up because I think it's friggin' cool, man. Now, because it's affordable, there are a couple of little drawbacks. One is that the liners, the frame inside here, are stainless steel instead of titanium. So it's going to have a little bit of heft to it, but it's not crazy heavy. I really like how it feels in the hand. That extra little bit of heft feels really good. Now, it's going to sound crazy when I tell you what the weight is, and you heard me say heft. It's only 2.7 ounces, but you got to realize this is a tiny knife. You're looking at a knife that has a 3¼ inch blade. So for this size, it feels kind of hefty for what it is, and I really, really like that. Now, it is a front flipper. I won't go into all that, but it seems to be fairly reliable for me, someone who can't typically manipulate a front flipper very well. But I prefer, as you can tell, I prefer to flip it from the rear. Now, they're calling this a Damascus blade, Civivi is. And I'm not entirely certain what the composition is. I don't know what steels they're using. They're claiming a hardness of 58 to 60 HRC, and I have no reason to doubt that, but I don't know what the materials are that are being used. And right now, to my eye, it looks like it's San Mai, not Damascus. So it looks like an armored cladding over this core. So what that would mean is the core steel would be the one that tempers harder, and then the jacket would be softer. So that's kind of what it looks like to me. Now, could this be a low layer Damascus? Yes, but I can't confirm that for certain. But I would want to call this a San Mai blade, not a Damascus. But I have to go by what they call it, and they are calling it Damascus. So your overall length is 7.47 inches. So easily pocketable, nice and short, but still a big enough size that you don't feel like your big hand is losing the knife in it. Again, your blade length is 3.25 inches, so super great for actual utility. And this Wharncliffe shape is going to be great, especially for like opening packages, because you've got that very prominent tip there that's going to be great for slicing into stuff. I love a well done Wharncliffe, and this one not only looks great, but performs great as well. Now, the blade thickness, they're using 120 thou thick stock. So it's going to be helping with the lightweightness because it's not a super thick blade. Oh, I do like that. It feels really, really good. And I've done nothing with this as far as lubricating it or anything else. It's just nice and smooth on its own. It came this way, and I'm pretty happy with it. You've got caged ceramic ball bearings. So that's going to lead me to believe that they have also, the detent would be in ceramic. Your pocket clip is stainless steel. All of the screws, all of the hardware, the pivot and everything is also going to be stainless steel. I would love to see a premium model of this. All titanium liner lock. Titanium all the way through, I think would be super cool. And maybe a more recognizable or popular pattern of Damascus. Maybe it's using Damasteel or using a Chad Nichols Damascus like Blackout or Raindrop, something that we're familiar with. I think that would be fantastic. But this would also be great as just a simple hand rub satin monosteel. I think that would be classy as well. But overall, what attracted me to this is the ergonomics. I could choke up here and it's comfortable. I can hold it back here in a station, at this station, and it's comfortable. I can pinch grip it. As far as reverse grip goes, it feels just as nice, but at this size, it's not really a fighting knife, so does that really matter? No. I think it's a wonderful, compact EDC knife. It's a damn cool design that I think is going to have some longevity in the community. I think people are going to seriously enjoy this when they get their hands on it. And the fact of the matter is, being Civivi means that it's affordable for everyone. You don't have to be a hardcore collector walking around with a constant erection when you're scrolling through knife websites and looking at multi-$1,000 knives. You could be just a normal, regular, everyday guy that is only comfortable setting aside $100 or less on a knife, or $150 or less on a knife. This is going to fall right into place for you. You can use it, you can abuse it, it's easy to replace, it's a production knife at an affordable price. And while I haven't abused it at all, I've done a small amount of cutting in the month or month and a half that I've had this. And I've been super happy with it. It's cut open a few Amazon packages, sure. It's done a few regular EDC tests. I think I sliced down some vegetables one day with it for just for the hell of it, just to see what it would do. And it's been fantastic. And being Micarta, even though I am biased and I don't like Micarta, I can give it credit where credit is due. It's easy to clean up if you get anything on it, blood or well, anything. It's pretty easy to clean up. It's easy to maintain. If it starts fading out and losing its color, whatever color your micarta may be, black, green, whatever, a little bit of WD-40, very, very little bit, rubbed in with your bare fingers brings the color back. And at this point, I think I've used this enough where that needs to be done because it's got a lot of white coming through. So you could definitely tell that I've been enjoying it. So there is what may be the only super affordable knife that I'll be showcasing during my grand finale here. So how about we move from this to maybe a super affordable flashlight? Something slick and cool from Raylight. I'm not going to do a lot of flashlights here during this upload because I really want to keep this really related only to knives, but the timing worked out. I had messaged back and forth a few times with Ray about various lights and whatnot, and he sent out to me this Pineapple Mini Mark III. Now, I had forgotten. Okay, so first off, let me say this. I am a Raylight fan. I ordered that land apple right there, the titanium land apple. I ordered from Blade and Beam. I didn't care how much it cost. I absolutely love it. I have my Rook, which is the collaboration between Vosteed Knives and Raylight, which is super friggin' cool. I absolutely love that light as well. But there's one that I carry every single day. I've shown you guys the pouch that I use, the alpaca pouch that I use for a wallet, and it has pockets on the outside. In one pocket, I have a Jack Wolf Knives slip joint, and on the opposite side of the wallet, in another pocket, I have a Raylight. What I forgot during my conversations with Ray was that it was a Pineapple Mini Mark III in titanium. This is the machined finish. This is the one that I've had now for, I want to say, at least 6 months. And that is a daily carry. So what Ray just sent me here was the bead blasted version of the Pineapple Mini Mark III. So these are the exact same light. And I feel dumb that I forgot that I had this. Because as we were talking, he says, which models are really interesting to you right now? And I'm thinking to myself, well, I always love the land apple, but I've got what I think is the nicest land apple made. I have the Rook. It's super rare. I don't even think they make these anymore. There's a lot that he makes that I like, believe me. And the reason I like them, just to get this out of the way, why you want to buy into Raylight. Number one, this is a hybrid between a custom flashlight and a production flashlight. They are made in a way, his manufacturing process is in such a way that it is a production light. However, you are picking and choosing from a lot of different custom options. And they can be further customized if you decide you want a different clip, if you want a hand carved titanium body, all these various options. But here's the shocker, his price points. Now we're talking like Nightcore price points. We're talking, no, hell, not even really. Let's face it, a Nightcore in aluminum versus a Raylight in aluminum. The Raylight's going to be half the price. They'll sell you a titanium light for the price of an aluminum Nightcore. So that was a bad comparison. But you're getting custom level performance. You're choosing your own emitters. You're getting incredible quality emitters. You're getting fantastic fit and finish. And they get to you really, really, really fast. I think any of these that were shipped to me directly from Raylight, because you can shop directly on their website, it was less than a week. And this was already in stock over at bladeandbeam.com, which I feel so awful that Blade and Beam is now out of business. They were such wonderful people, and they really cared about the community, and they really enjoyed knives and lights, and they brought their passion into every order that they made and stocked up on their website. They were so fantastic. I don't want to get too sidetracked here, but good people, and I'm glad I was able to do a little bit to support them. I made a purchase from them for that. I tried to promote them as much as I could in various videos. They were just really, really good people. Anyway, so moving back to Raylight, where I'm supposed to be, what I've got here is an Ashia 519A. The bin is R9080. It's a 4000K light. So that means it's going to be a nice, warm, yellowish beam, which means it's going to be higher on CRI. You're going to see colors more proper. Your depth of field is way, way better than a high Kelvin light. Now, I leave mine set to group 1. So when I first hit it, half press moonlight, half press to 20%, and then half press goes to 100%. You can reprogram. These all have the same driver. You can reprogram it to reverse that order or mix and match that order, or to never go to 100%, or to use strobe and SOS. And it's right there on their website. You can go to Raylight's website and look it up. It's very, I don't want to say it's very easy to do, because I'm not going to do it here on camera, because it's kind of a pain in the ass to do. I have a hard time with the half-click stuff. But as far as the amount of work that has to be done, it's very, very simple. Now, Raylight has established themselves with a huge fan base because of all the things I just said. Absurdly low prices, custom level quality, and production level consistency from light to light to light. When I pull up these two, there's virtually no difference. And these were made probably a half a year apart. I love the blue accents there. Looks really, really cool. Now you'll notice the pocket clip here is a little bit nicer. This is the sculpted titanium pocket clip versus the bent steel clip that just gets sandwiched down from the backside. This is mounted with screws. Yeah, I like how this looks better, but this one's super incredibly easy to get in and out of the pocket. So while that may not be the prettiest option, it is the easiest to use. Now, if you want to upgrade from that to this, when he makes titanium and Mokutai clips available and stuff, you do have to buy a new tail section to accept the screws, because you'll see the tail section here is not drilled and tapped for hardware. So yeah, you can mix and match and custom modify to your heart's desire. So anyway, that is the titanium Raylight Mini Pineapple Mini Mark III. I got all my words confused there. Let's get our asses back over to knives, because that's what we're all here for. Let the awesomeness materialize here in front of us. I'm going to get that out of the way. First off, very useful sheath. This is a Kydex sheath done in the carbon fiber, simulated carbon fiber Kydex. And you have multiple different mounting options. You can set this up however you want. I have mine set up for carrying on the front side of my body, cross draw off of my belt. And here it is. The first thing you're going to notice is how beautiful the design is. When was the last time you saw a Warncliffe compact carry fixed blade? It's not often. Now this follows in the theme of the RR Station, which unfortunately I don't have one of those. I wanted to get one, I never did. It was a really cool folder, but I did review it here on my channel. So this is the RR Station fixed in titanium. So this one has the titanium scales. There were versions in different carbon fiber. I think they were camo carbon, if I'm not mistaken. This is a Vanax super clean blade that's 3.3 inches. So let's take out, I'm going to bring out my original. This was the, oh my goodness, I just forgot the name. So it's the, I just forgot the name. Oh my God, it's going to be one of those days. Holy crap. I'm going to write it on the screen because I know I will have remembered it by then. It's going to be right here on the screen. Oh, the RR standard. There we go. Hopefully I beat Editor Me to doing that. And you'll see it's very close in its blade length to that, but it's a shorter overall length because it doesn't fold, yet you still want to carry it concealed. So he made a nice short handle on there. And I'll say this, there's one thing that I personally would have done differently on this knife. When you go short handle like this, which you don't really feel it being all that short when you go up into the finger choil up here. When you go short handle on something like this, you really have to add a lanyard opening so that you could put a knotted lanyard on here. That way, you've got the extra leverage and it still feels like you're holding on to a full handle. So what you're looking at, man, we've got 3.3 inch blade in Vanax Super Steel. That's 110 thou thick, so it's nice and skinny. Overall length of 7.04 inches. Nice belt satin finish on there. They did a really, really nice job on the grinds. Very impressive. It looks nice and clean. I love that he's got the square hardware on this side to put everything together. So these are removable scales. Each one of these is numbered. Mine is lucky number 13. Would you look at that? And it is a full tang knife design, which I absolutely love. So you've got a nice clean flat grind, bead blasted fuller, nicely chamfered titanium scales. One of the cool things here, if you wanted to, because the hardware is titanium and the scales are titanium, you can remove those yourself and anodize them. Let's say you wanted to do something nutty. You wanted blue anodized scales and bronze anodized hardware. You have the freedom to do all that. All the hardware is T8, so you don't have to worry about stripping out the heads of the screws. Everything about this knife is completely 100% rust and corrosion proof. Not just resistant, but proof. Nothing about this knife can rust. The Vanax Super Clean is completely anti-corrosive. Titanium is completely anti-corrosive, and that's the only two materials you've got here. This is impervious to weather. You can do whatever the hell you want to with this, and you never have to worry about it rusting or corroding. And that gives you a hell of a lot of freedoms. You can use this for everything. This is a wonderful daily carry. Whether you decide to set up this sheath as a pocket carry, as a belt carry, as an in-the-waistband carry, which, yes, you can do, this is a knife that can be your every single day companion. And they're not stupid expensive. They're right around the $300 mark. That's still pricey. I'm not going to downplay that, but it's not crazy expensive. And you can go to knifestandards.com and they are available. I don't believe there are any titanium left at this point. Maybe. You could luck out. And you'll get that extra heft that I think, for me, really makes it. This is 3.8 ounces. I think you'd be just about 3 ounces in a carbon scale. I like having the extra heft. That's just me. Really nicely done. Best Tech did incredible finishing all the way through. The design is clean and simple and just friggin' sexy as hell. Both of my nipples are fully erect right now. I just want you to know that. And if your nipples are erect along with mine, then tell everybody down below in the comments, because everybody wants to know. All right, let's get the hell away from nipple-tastic things and move on to something completely different. We're going to make our way into Vosteed, as I have promised throughout this video. And for those that are unaware, Vosteed is a knife brand founded by Yuadong, who is a designer and longtime knife enthusiast with a background in mechanical engineering as well as industrial design. He launched the brand in the early 2020s. They quickly gained attention for blending clean, functional aesthetics with innovative mechanisms, and you're going to see a few of those here as I go down the line, and keeping with very practical ergonomics. And I think, honestly, this knife right here is a good example of both of those things. The Shillin cutter is extremely ergonomic and has one of those complex, unique mechanisms that I was just referring to. So what Yui wants to do is to create an outstanding brand that offers a wide variety of different models. So you've got different blade shapes, you've got different handle types, you're using a ton of different materials, and he doesn't want to sit idly by and just make the stuff everybody else makes with liner locks and frame locks and button locks. He wants to do a few things differently, but he doesn't want to do it at a level where people can't afford it. And therein lies the trick. I'm going to fast forward here just for a second to one of my favorites, which is this one right here. Here's a knife that absolutely every collector can afford. And you've got the lock built into the pivot, which again, we're going to see here, and so many other little things that make this a wildly unique knife. But it's not just for the high-end collector. And it's great, man. If you can create something unique and cool and different and bring it out to the marketplace, I think that's fantastic. But I've got to be honest with you, I have a little bit of extra respect if you can do that while pricing everything where the masses can afford it. I don't have a problem carrying around a $500, $1,000, a $4,000, $5,000, $6,000 knife in my pocket, but that's me. I do not represent the rest of the world. Typically, a knife collector, I don't want to say collector, a knife customer is going to be, $25, $50, $75, maybe pushing it to $100. This is that guy that works in construction, that is a blue-collar guy making blue-collar money and is going to be beating the shit out of their knife. They don't care if it has a ting resonance when it flips open. They don't care if it has a Mokutai pocket clip. They don't care if the fucking backspacer is floating. What they care about is a knife that they can afford, that's in their pocket every single day, being sweated on and being pulled out and actually hard using, cutting, slicing, chopping every single day, and holding an edge for a good amount of time without being a cheaply made piece of crap. That's your average knife customer. Your average knife collector wants something a bit special. They want something unique. They want something in their pocket that not everybody else has in their pocket that they may run across and meet that day. But they too still want something functional. They want something that they can use if they want to. And they may not want to use every single knife in their collection. And then you have the high-end collector, the one that only buys the most expensive, that only buys the rarest, the most exclusive, may only buy handmade customs. And I totally get that. They're buying into the art form. They're buying into the beauty of what's made available in the knife world. And I honestly think that someone like you, who has collected in every level, has hit the mark for what he wanted to do. You take a look at the Schillen cutter here and realize this knife is 100% about performance. This big giant belly, this big leaf style blade that is a full flat ground knife that's made to cut, push cut, and slice, as well as doing rocking cuts. Let's say you're working with rope or something like that, and you just kind of want to boop, 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 cut it right apart. This is going to do pretty much everything, and it's still got a little bit of stabability because of how far the tip drops. Now, I like this, and you've heard me mention this a few times over the years, because the tip is below the center line of the knife, which is the pivot. So this means I can take this and do a pinch hold and slice open boxes, slice into things that I want to slice into, but I'm not sacrificing losing any belly. You've got multiple methods of deployment here. If you want, you can simply release the lock and fling it open with your wrist. That's a little bit harder on the blade stops than all the rest. You can flick it with your thumb. You can slow roll it with your thumb. It's got a very small flipper tab back here. You can front flip it there. And then, of course, you can finger flick it off the back thumb stud. You got a lot of different options here. And I know a lot of people really appreciate having multiple different methods of deployment. You have a pretty standard pocket clip, which means, hey, it ain't flashy and pretty and cool. However, it's going to work very, 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 very well. It's got great retention without being overly strong. Your overall length is 7.07 inches, blade length of 2.9. So for those that live in a restrictive state, you're probably going to be okay with this because you're under 3 inches for the blade length. Your blade height is 1.28 inches. Crazy. The thickness, 118 thou thick. And this happens to be made of Elmax steel. Now, Elmax, when properly heat treated, is going to be fantastic EDC steel. A weight of 3.37 ounces is achieved by a completely aluminum frame. Sure, I'd prefer it to be titanium, but this is $150. If that were titanium, say hello to $200. And for most people, their focus is going to be on the money. And they'd rather spend $50 less and get a material that's honestly every bit as good. They're not going to notice a difference in their everyday usage of this knife. You've got stainless steel hardware for the lock and for the pivot. And this is one of Yua's designs. And you can see a little bit of him in there. You can see someone who loves and appreciates knives in this design. A little tiny bit of a Bob Lum look going on. A little bit of a Benchmade look going on. And a lock that is somewhat similar, but I would not say it's going to be as tough as the deadbolt lock that Flavio Icoma has created. So there's a lot of inspiration here from a lot of different directions, which is only going to happen from someone that has a true love for knives. Now let's move on and see what a different model in his line looks like. Sure, you can go high end if you want, something like this one right here, which was the collaboration that Vosteed did with RS Knife Works, Rob Senescalchi, and this is to this day one of my favorite knives, but this is a premium production knife. I'm having a hard time recalling the price, but I think it was somewhere in the 400s. What I'm going to be showing you over here in the rest of the presentations are all between $60 and $150. So the brand that can do this is also able to do really great affordable knives as well. So keep that in mind as you're perusing their website and checking out what they've got going on. All right, I'm going to go ahead and bring this bad boy out because I really, really like the corgi. Oops. Let me lay that down right there. Get a good look at that. Soak it all in. This is a great example of why I really like Vosteed. Now, with this being my final hurrah video, I think if people tried to guess what brands I would bring out here, it would have been rather difficult because I'm not really brand loyal. I don't stick to just one brand and carry only that brand and that's it. But I've had a wonderful relationship over the past couple of years with Vosteed, with Vosteed, and I've been continually impressed with what they're able to do on a budget. Yeah, sure, don't get me wrong. This is pure bliss. But when you can do something like this for $89, folks, this is the kind of knife I truly believe that everybody should have in their pocket. Now, the only thing I don't know about this knife is the proper pronunciation of their lock design. It's spelled, I'm going to put it right up here on the screen, Vanchor. Is that Vanchor? Because spelled out, speak it out phonetically, it's kind of what it is. But I'm kind of thinking they're wanting to put a spin on anchor lock by putting a V on there for Vosteed. So maybe it's Vanker lock. And me, in my infinite wisdom, I didn't reach out to you and ask, because if I had, I would know the answer because he would have immediately told me. So, anyway, let's move on. The corgi is 7 inches long with a 2.95-inch blade. So again, another knife that's under 3 inches, though it does not look or seem like it is. If you would have just handed this to me, I would have guessed it was a 3.25-inch blade, but it's not. It's just under 3 inches. Blade thickness of 118 thou thick, so very skinny, but not so skinny that it feels like it's flimsy. Still got a good amount of weight to it. And it's easy to get it to flip out and actually rocket. This thing just rockets out. What they're doing up here is giving you more or less a top flipper. If you look at the South Africans that created that, this knurled tang usually goes all the way left to right so that you can hit it anywhere, whether you want to hit it with the side of your finger, the side of your thumb, or reach around and do it that way. That was what, when they originated it, called it a top flipper. Then you have the front flipper up here, which, yeah, I guess I can do that okay. I do prefer top flipping it, however. And I love the fact the blade is completely sheathed within the handle. No exposed blade anywhere. I absolutely love that. Very, very lightweight, but it's got a little bit of a substantial feel to it. So you still know that you're holding something of quality. This is black micarta for the handles. And you'll notice it's got the weight relieving cuts inside. And the lock is engaged. It is a top lock. Well, is it really a top lock? No, it really is hitting in the center. I don't know if you can quite see it. So all this push button is it's moving over an inset tab lock or a shortened liner lock. That's why I say this type of lock is not quite as strong as Icoma's deadbolt lock. But you're still getting a good, strong, traditional lock that's being unlocked in a non-traditional way. So very, very cool. So yeah, again, nicely textured micarta, and they've done this frag pattern in there, which is super grippy, crazy grippy. Now, they don't talk about the finish on the blade. They just call it copper dune. But what it seems like to me is this is a ceramic coating like Cerakote. So it's going to be a finish that's applied, a coating that's applied over the steel that's going to hold up really well to use. Yes, at some point you will chip it. At some point you will scratch through it under, severe use. But if you're going to have a coating on your blade, the number one that you want is DLC. And we're not going to get into the whole debate of the difference between DLC and just standard black PVD. So either DLC, which is your top one, or right behind that, ceramic. And that's exactly what I believe this to be. Even though that's not how it's listed on their website, it feels like a ceramic coating. It feels like Cerakote, and it's been properly applied. It looks good. And I've only used this slightly. There's only a couple of little marks on it, and that's stuff that will rub right out anyway. I think they did a fantastic job on this. It's a good looking knife. It's a great weight, perfect size, easy to drop in the pocket. And while nobody likes how the paperclip style pocket clips look, nobody can argue they work really, really well. Very comfortable in the pocket, very easy to get in and out. And if I haven't done so already, I want to extend an enormous thank you to Yua for sending so many friggin' knives out, man. It's crazy. I do want to show you the packaging very quickly, just so that you understand that they take everything seriously. Get this open. This is their outer cardboard box. Inside is a cardboard drawer. You're going to get your paperwork inside of there, of course, and then a really nice Velcro closing pouch with a kind of a, almost a, I don't want to say felt. Yeah, almost a felt lining inside. Really nice, classy. They do not need to spend this kind of money on their presentation, but it leaves an impact on the buyer. Especially realizing how little people are spending on many of these. Let's make our way to another type of lock that Vosteed likes to do, and that is the top liner lock, which again is the same lock that was used here in a much more expensive knife. Top liner lock is basically a compression lock. Think of it that way. So you have a liner lock that's on the opposite side of the knife, and it engages at the top of the tang of the blade instead of down here. And the benefits to having this top lock design are the fact that you get to have a true detent, unlike a button lock where sometimes they can feel real lazy and you don't have that snappiness. You've got a true detent built into the lock that's engaging the detent hole in the blade. So just like any liner lock, it's going to have a nice snappiness to it if it was set that way, and this most certainly has been. Disengages with the button right here. There we go. And the other benefit is your thumb never has to cross the path of the blade to disengage. Now, another thing that makes this special is the way that he's chosen to do the handle. G10 inlay set into a G10 handle. All the materials here make this knife a little bit different. So your liners, I'm going to have to say, are steel. I don't see any reference to that on their website, but I don't believe that those are titanium liners. You have a stainless steel pocket clip. You have caged ball bearings, as far as I know, on all the knives I'm bringing out here to you. And then you have the G10 full coverage scales on the front and on the back. And then they have milled out a pocket and inlaid a different color of G10 into that G10. See, a purple G10 inlaid into a navy blue G10 in this crock. This is a super fun little knife. I would say if there are any shortcomings is that it doesn't have a flipper tab. This absolutely, because of the size and as good as that detent is, it is begging for a flipper tab. Blade material is 14C28N. Before anybody groans in the background, oh my God, 14C28N. Look how many people bitch about M390. Not because M390 is bad, but because a lot of brands make a lot of models in M390. So they bitch about M390 just because I hear the name too often. Meanwhile, it is still one of the best possible steels to use for an EDC. Now, 14C28N, if you are a maker trying to hit a price point, in this case, $69, heyo, you're going to go for 14C28N. Why? Because it's a Chinese steel. It's available to all the Chinese OEMs. It's inexpensive in comparison to, well, pretty much everything. Yet it's still got good cutting performance. It holds an edge a good amount of time. It's comparable to 154 cm in almost every regard. So it's actually a pretty good steel. Corrosion resistance, pretty damn good as well. So what are you complaining about? You're complaining because it's a Chinese steel. That's it. Complaining just to complain. That's fine. You know, we all do it at some point about something. The weight on this bad boy, 3.38 ounces. Look at the thumb hole cut out. Look at the unique shape of that. Look how cool that is. And they did a really nice black wash finish on that blade. Nice, clean finish. Let's get that closed. Move on to the next one. Something that not enough brands do. It's risky. I've done it both in my handmade customs that I've made, as well as a couple of the production knives that I had collaborated on. I wanted to do white G10. And believe me, most manufacturers are going to fight you on that and try to talk you out of it. Why, you may ask? Because white is a son of a bitch to keep clean, even during the manufacturing of the knife. Actually, I should say, especially during the manufacturing of the knife. And nobody wants to have to deal with it, because, of course, you don't want to deliver a knife that has stains all through it. It makes it look like it's already used and banged up when it's brand spanking new. And then, of course, you have to think about the longevity and the customer experience. Yeah, man, you're going to get this dirty just from the oils in your hands, just from having something on your hands when you go to use the knife, just from the dye in your jeans when you're carrying the knife. You're going to get it dirty, but who cares? Because when it's brand new, Look how kick-ass this looks. Now, this is the raccoon. This is their crossbar lock knife. If there was a poster child for hating crossbar locks, axis locks, whatever you want to call them, it's me. I despise them. But Vosteed does it really, really well. Two things I don't like about it. Number one, a lot of times when you go to disengage them, you really have to pinch and use your thumb and forefinger because the lock kind of wants to shift a little bit. And it feels like shit. Sometimes it won't properly disengage. The second reason is it makes flicking or flipping the knife a bit unpredictable because throughout its entire arc, the blade tang, which you see right there, is engaging the lock the entire time, and there's always friction on it. So it lets it go here, and it's still riding it, and that lock is going to keep moving back and forth across the surface of that tang. But this one, as you notice, it just works great. And another thing for me, and I recognize this is a purely personal thing, due to the size of my hand and the way that I hold a knife, in most cases, my finger is riding right on that lock. And that means it's not letting the lock do what it needs to do, and that's applying more friction to the blade and not letting it open right. Yet, the knife works perfectly fine for me. And maybe it's the dimensions. I should probably give you those dimensions too. Overall length, 7.6 inches. Blade length of 3.25. So this is one of the larger blades from Vosteed. Blade height is 1.07 inches. It is a really nice drop point. Very useful EDC style blade. Black stonewash finish. 14C28N steel once again. And all white G10, the entire construction. And then you just have these liners for extra strength, which I'm going to assume are stainless steel that are done in a black PVD. Black clip, black hardware. This raccoon is more of a panda finish, and I dig it. They spent the extra money giving you a filler tab here because they wanted to give you an ambidextrous knife, because this lock is already ambidextrous. Thumb studs on both sides, ambidextrous. So now you can take the pocket clip and flip it from one side to the next. And then instead of having an ugly pocket open here, you've got that black filler tab. Very nice. I'm glad they did that. Very, very cool. Overall weight on this is 3.44 ounces. And it's crisp and clean and cool looking. It's not often you see a white knife being offered, but when you do, grab it. Try it, man. There's something, it's crisp and refreshing and super cool, and it's going to jump out at you. When you open your case to figure out what knife you're going to carry for the day, that is going to jump out at you. And it's going to beg, take me, take me, take me. Just like that girl in college. And it goes well with your nicer lights in your flashlight collection as well, with the MAO finish. Oh, yeah. Uh-huh. Pretty slick shit there. All right, let's move on. We got more to get to. And I'm not going to spend a lot of time on the others. Going to get into The porcupine here with the natural micarta scales. Now this one's got some weight to it, so it's very easy to tell that this has the stainless steel liners. Going back once again into Vosteed's top lock, which again is that button actuated compression lock over there. Flat pivot style. Dig that, man. I love a flat pivot. And the pivot collar on this is a golden anodized aluminum on both sides. Same style pocket clip. Guys, this one's only $69. This one doesn't really fit me as well. When I go to flick that, my finger wants to go too far into the hole. Giggity. And because of the oblong shape of it, or the oval shape of it, it kind of feels like it's trying to twist my finger. But still a cool knife. 7.2 inches overall, 3-inch blade. Nice finger choil up here, which we don't see often on the Vosteeds. So I like to see it so I could choke up. And I've got additional jimping going far enough down where it works. And if I'm doing a pinch grip, I've got jimping down here where the blade starts to drop. So I've got a more precision cut. I dig that a hell of a lot. Let me just show you this one very quickly on the way out. Again, not going to belabor it, not going to spend a hell of a lot of time on this. I love Jade G10, what is actually natural G10. This is the natural color of G10. There's just something about it. I used to hate it. I would see it in pictures and hate it. Not as much as I hate pisswater plastic, Ultim, but I really didn't like it in pictures. And then somebody gifted me a knife that they made in the Jade G10, and I really loved it. I like its ghost-like ability to show you a little bit of what's behind it, which in this case is going to be the circular cut, weight-reduced stainless steel liners. This is it's a front flipper because you got the front flipper there, but then you have the other corner flipper here, much like the EMP EDC style of flippers, which I dig. I think is pretty cool. It's not quite as fidgety as the Nimble, but I dig it, and it works really, really well. But here's another color in G10 that I think is just damn cool, but yeah, it's going to get dirty over time. Keep that in mind. It's not going to look pristine and brand new forever. And just like every other knife that I've shown you from Vosteed here in this video, it is done on cage ceramic bearings, which will also make me think that it's using a ceramic detent as well. And here's another one where the blade goes completely into the frame, doesn't stick out at all. Here's what we typically see, and there the blade is completely flush with the frame. Love it, love it, love it. And I like this blade shape a lot too. And a very, very high flat grind on this means I've got excellent cutting performance. And I believe, yep, this is also 14C28N. The button lock set right here behind the pivot. It's actually nicely concealed. You almost don't see it. You just think it's a piece of hardware. And it's nicely knurled and easy to get to. Reversible pocket clip again, which I think I'd say 90% of all Vosteeds have a reversible pocket clip. Pretty slick, pretty cool. Now, what do you say we break away again and go to something completely different? Let's do that. All right, my friends, it's time to get into something completely different than what I've been showing you, because none of these are going to fold. These are goodies from Amsler Knives, Mr. Robert Amsler. He is a small batch, entirely handmade knife maker with a strong emphasis on clean lines and functional elegance. He is particularly renowned for his designs like the Hurricane Razor and the Mini Hurricane, and a few of his compact friction folders that blend traditional simplicity with modern materials. He brings a European flair to American knife making. He is an American knife maker out of Pennsylvania, but his roots and his background, as I understand it, are Swiss. And there's a lot of that Swiss simplicity brought into the designs that he's doing. Two of my favorite miniature knives are made by Robert. One is right here. This is quite the famous little knife if you are a fan of Blade Runner 2049, then you recognize this. This is the exact same knife that Dave Bautista, his character, was using against the protagonist of the movie. Absolutely. What the hell's his name? Ryan Gosling? Ryan Gosling. Absolutely love this thing. I carry it a shitload. It's like this wonderful futuristic scalpel. And then I have the Mini right here in the 1980s splash. Mainly, I only wanted this one because of the finish, the 1980s splash. But I have found that it's a little bit easier to carry around than the larger guy here. And they're friggin' fantastic. I love them. And they're always available. He's always running batches of these. So you never have to wait too long. If you go to check his website and he's between batches, the next time you go check, he'll have a new batch running. And that's pretty friggin' cool. I'm going to put this off to the side because he was awesome enough to surprise me with a prototype. I did not see that coming. These two, I know what they are, and I was expecting them. By the way, one more time, shout out to my buddy Kevin at Devo Knives for making the screwdriver, named after the drink screwdriver. It's not a screwdriver. It is a bit driver. And if you happen to want to put screw heads in there, you've got screw heads as part of your kit, then you can certainly do that. The magnetic base is magnetic for your driver. And then obviously your bits are magnetic, so they go into the base. And it all rotates like a little fidget toy. Absolutely love this thing. This was their collaboration with Good Screw. Their quality is off the charts. This is all titanium. Really, really super cool. Quick shout out again to them. All right, now, we'll take a look first at the static. We're going to look at the static and the sprite. And as you can tell by the baggies, one is a little bit larger than the other. And that will be the static. So we're going to pull that out. And let's see here. A little bit of candy. That's always a good idea. And an Amsler Knives label from hot off the label maker. And this is the information. Now, when you go to his website, unfortunately, it's not filled with information. You're not going to get specs like the sizes and stuff like that. But I believe he will generally specify for each run which steel he's using. In this case, it's Magna Cut, which I'm very, very excited about. So this is batch number 1 of the static. And this is going to be in the bronze configuration. And he just made this. Look at this, December 10th, 2025. Heat treat was done by Paul Boz. Boz heat treat is right up there, man. That's as good as it gets. So I'm very excited about this. Let's go ahead and open it up. Now, you and I are experiencing this together for the very first time. All right, so we have an OD green Kydex sheath. And there's going to be a black lanyard around the back. So there's the bronze that he was talking about. So he's taking, I'm going to assume, yeah, it's going to be titanium. It's going to be titanium that he has bronze anodized. I don't think it's actually going to be solid bronze. And there it is. Look at that little guy. So you've got what I would have to say is right about a 2-inch blade. Let's see how it fits in my big hands. Yeah, it's going to be a good thing you've got that on there. It's going to give you a little bit of extra security. What a fantastic little letter opener for your desk. If you're a a white collar kind of person, if you're a blue collar kind of guy, this could be a great box opener. It's going to be great for those nylon straps, cutting that kind of shit off. Any small cutting tasks, this is great. The only thing that I love, man, look how thick that blade stock is, man. That's got to be about 130 thou thick, which generally you wouldn't call that thick, but when it's this small, it seems to be a lot thicker. And it is considerably thicker than the Hurricane Razor. Pretty damn cool. So by offering it with a sheath, that gives me a lot of different ways to carry. I can carry it in the waistband, which is probably gonna be the best way. There are a ton of Kydex parts suppliers online, and you can buy little hooks that will hook through your belt that will allow you to carry in the waistband, or you could buy different add-ons to clip it in any configuration you want onto your belt. Another good way to carry this would be on the front of the belt. Let's say you're wearing jeans and you carry your standard knife in your right hand pocket, say you're right-handed. So maybe you want to carry this over your left jeans pocket, where you can just very simply rip it out and do what you want to do with it. Super cool. I like this. Man, I like this a lot. I love Amsler's style. It's always about simplicity, and it's going to be about the function. They're always ridiculously sharp. I mean, that is a super, super thin grind, and it does get quite fat up that flat grind. So it's going to push material apart as you're pushing through it. But also keep in mind that could cause material like very, very thick cardboard to maybe bunch up. So this may not be the knife that you use to break down your cardboard boxes every week. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. So do keep that in mind. I love the milling that he's done in here, skeletonizing so much of the knife, relieving quite a bit of the weight. All right, so we're going to put that off to the side. And let's see how the Sprite compares. And judging by the card that I'm reading through the third bag, I'm really excited to get to that, so I kind of want to make this quick. Okay, same kind of deal. Oh, he matched it up. Oh, no, it's not bronze. Okay, so this is just straight up titanium stonewashed. Okay, so here we go. The Sprite material, SW for stonewash. CPM Magna Cut, hell yeah. And I think that says 6AL4V titanium. Yep, grade 5 titanium. This is batch number 1. Oh, but I don't know what that says. I'm sorry. Oh, it also says Paul Boz. So Boz heat treat again. And it was manufactured on 11/17/25. So right before Thanksgiving. Okay, so that's this little guy here. And once again, you get some cool, oh, what kind of candy is that? I'll have to find out when I get done. And you've got a bead necklace. Why? Because this thing is so tiny. This is going to be great. Loop the bead chain through there and carry it as a neck knife. Now, I'm one of the few weirdos that enjoys a nice neck knife, so that's exactly how this one is going to be used. So very cool on that. And again, hot off of the the label maker, Amsler Knives. I guess it beats having to order stickers all the time, right? All right, let's get this out of here. Ooh, that's a tight fit. I'm going to have to loosen it up just a hair so that it's a little bit easier to get out carrying it as a neck knife. Look at that polished edge, by the way. Look how beautifully polished that is. Now, you might be thinking, well, what's the big deal about such a tiny little knife? Everything is harder when it's smaller. Every time you shrink down a knife to impossible sizes like this, grinding that son of a bitch, if you fart while you're up at the grinder, this entire knife is ruined. And keep in mind, being a fixed blade, it's a lot different to make mistakes on fixed blades than it is on folders. If you screw up a folder blade when you're grinding that, okay, you throw the blade away, you grab another blade blank, and you continue moving on. When you screw up a fixed blade grind, you throw away the whole knife and all the work that you've put into it that got you up to the point for grinding. So this little thing is a son of a, I'm trying to think of grinding this thing. I'm used to having, and I've never made enormous, I have made a few enormous knives, but most of my knives were a bit short. So, but I'm trying to think of trying to do this, especially on a flat platen. What you don't realize is, and this is, there's no reason for me to go on about this, but hey, that's why you're here and not listening to some of the other jabronis out there that are knife reviewers. When you flat grind something, when you put that blade up against the belt grabs the knife and it wants to start jerking it out of your hand. As opposed to hollow grinding, where it generally doesn't do that. Once you've got your first couple of passes laid in, you're going to have a little ledge right here. And you could push into that and push up into the wheel, and it doesn't try to jerk the thing out of your hand. I would not want to flat grind something this tiny. You have very little. I'm sure he has a clamp that's holding on to the tang of the blade, or he's got this on a magnet. The smaller knives that I have done on a flat platen, I had a big magnet that I would stick them to. I hated doing that because that meant after I was done grinding it, then I had to go back over and refinish my flats because the magnet's going to scratch everything up. But I'm going to assume that that's how he's grinding these, is with some sort of handle or magnet. Because boy, that is precarious. Just trying to think of bringing that across. Anyway, that's a nightmare that I really don't need my anxiety continuing on with. He is also tied on a little lanyard on this one as well, which I think is probably going to be useful. I love the lightning bolt that he's cut into that. That is super cool. And again, the machining on this is fantastic. To match up the lightning bolt pattern, the exact same spot on both of the scales as well as through the tang of the blade. Very, very, very well done. Everything matches up perfectly. This is a beautiful little knife and a wonderful complement to the slightly larger static. Now, blade to blade, you're only losing about 1/4 of an inch. So this is still going to be mighty damn useful as long as you've got a good enough grip on it. So there you have it. Now, I'm going to get into this other bag, and I'm very excited about doing it. I have not peeked, but I did see what it said through the bag. Static, static, sprite, sprite. I want to keep all this stuff together. That's very important. All right. I told you, I absolutely love my Hurricane Razor 2049. This says it is a Hurricane Razor prototype. Then it says carbidized. Well, what does that mean? That means this is going to be all friggin' titanium. The carbidization is the only way for a titanium blade to hold an edge. So there we have it. Hurricane Razor, carbidized, 6AL4V titanium clip and spacer plus body. So this whole thing is going to be titanium. This is a prototype. How cool is that, man? Awesome, awesome, awesome. And this was also made on December 10th, 2025. Let's get these out of the way. All right. So here is the number of O-rings that he supplies so that in case you ever break or lose the ones that are on the frame or body, as he calls it, you have replacements. Or if you want to add more for additional traction, I know that on this one, I have 1, 2, 3, 4 spaces that I can still put more O-rings on there if I chose to. But I've been perfectly happy with how he set that one up, so I haven't needed to. So we'll get that out of the way. Oh, there's a difference, all right. And there is that warmer, darker tone of titanium up against the white of the steel. And it's also a much longer blade. That blade actually is considerably longer. You've got a lot more cutting edge there. Now, I'm going to bet that over time, he is going to do cool shit like anodize these in different colors, maybe some blues or golds or bronzes. He could also anodize tiger stripes in there. Maybe he'll do stuff like kind of like a mixed strider looking thing. He could make somebody a pretty, pretty little rainbow. He can do selective or gradient colors. So there's a lot of options here on a titanium version that you would not have on a steel version, just simply because, well, you can anodize it. And that, okay, let's see. Do I have anything around here that I can cut? Bear with me for 1 second. I just want to see how sharp he got this titanium. Oh yeah, I'm definitely happy with that, for sure. That is super cool. So that means at some point soon, you're going to be able to purchase the Hurricane Razor in all titanium. How awesome is that? All right, as much as I would love to spend another 10 minutes on Amsler's awesomeness here, I've got a lot more to get to. I promised you guys a star-studded, crazy-ass bash, and I'm going to continue on, see what's next. And here we're going to make our way into a special Brian Brown Knives Raptor V3. This is a pre-production version of this knife. For those of you that recognize the name, you probably have one of these pre-ordered already, and you're anxiously awaiting the arrival. I got to tell you, you are going to be so blown away when you get this. Now, if you don't own any of the previous Raptor variations, I got to tell you, you're going to be in for a big surprise if your only experience with Brian is with the Jaeger M. Following the success of the wildly popular Jaeger M, Brian wanted to bring out a slimmer and sleeker model, and the Raptor has seen 2 highly successful runs, and now the third is about to come out and probably beat the first 2. It will no doubt be just as popular at the very least. Now, as with the Jaeger M, the Raptor is also made by Raylight, which explains this very premium feeling to the entire knife overall. Also explains the wonderful, smooth, clean action. This is an impossibly flawless integral build. Yes, this is a full titanium integral. And what's amazing is Brian was able to achieve this at a price that most people can pretty easily afford. And that's something that, 5 years ago really wasn't a thing. And Raylight really broke the mold on this. Forever, the only way you could get an integral was if you bought a custom knife from a very, very talented maker that had the skill set and the machinery to be able to pull that off. And then came a few production knives. And in the beginning, some really weren't all that great. And the ones that were You were paying $500-600 for them, and I think you remember which ones those were. Now, if it was a huge company like, a Spyderco or a Benchmade level company, I think, didn't Spyderco do an integral a few years back? I want to say they did, and it wasn't crazy expensive, but they can offset costs because they're a monster corporation. When you are an individual, you're a knife maker or just a knife designer, and you're paying an OEM like Riot or Bestech or QSP or Concept or whomever to make a knife, it's a whole different ball of wax. You're not really able to get the same kind of deals because, you're going to satisfy the MOQ. Minimum order quantity for most folding knives is 300. So if you're only going to make, let's say, 300 of these, and a big giant brand is going to make 2 or 3 thousand of them, it's very easy to see why they can do it for a lot less than you can. So when Riot did it, if I recall, they did it first with one of their own designs, one of their own models. And then we started seeing the collaborations like with Tashi and a few other knife makers offering their integrals. You had Custom Knife Factory doing it on the premium end of the price range. And Riot was able to put out integrals for 425, 450, 475, and it blew people's minds. Now I think we're a little bit more used to it, but it's still, in my opinion, pretty damn incredible to be able to have this. Now, the biggest difference between this and the Jaeger M, I mean, obviously it's a completely different knife. There's not even a single similarity. But the biggest difference is how skinny this frame is. It's very easy to wrap your fingers around this, get all the way around it. So even a small hand can get a full grip on this knife. Yeah, the Jaeger's awesome, fantastic, still one of my favorites, but it's a bit chunky. And for some people, might feel a bit clunky. And I really didn't mean to make that rhyme, but whatever. What you're getting here looks bigger than it really is. This looks like a very long knife because of how sleek it is. But truth be told, it's still only a 3.5-inch blade. Now, you're going to have two choices. Well, you had two choices when you pre-ordered, and I'm sure that there are going to be some that Brian has ordered extra to have available. So you're going to have a choice in Vanex, which obviously this is, or Damasteel. And I got to tell you, as beautiful as the Fafnir Damasteel is going to be, I like this in the belt satin. It's nice, it's clean, it's classic. And you know what? It doesn't make you afraid to use it. Not that you should be with Damasteel either. Damasteel is wonderfully resilient. And it's not very easy to see scratches on a Damasteel blade if it's etched properly. So it's not that big of a deal. But I think people are probably going to be more likely to carry and use this one because they spent significantly less than they did on the Damasteel. Your overall length is 7 3/4 inches, and all of the accent pieces here, your pocket clip and the two pivot islands, are done in black PVD coated titanium. You've got ceramic bearings in here, ceramic detent, which they did a great job on the detent. It is a little snappy. You might not really want to slow roll it because it's one of those detents that could possibly, see what it did there? It could possibly pop out a little bit too far and off of your thumb, causing you to cut yourself. So keep that in mind. But honestly, when it's done this well, you're probably going to want to flick it anyway. Thumb studs are nice and big and chunky and easy to get to. The jimping on the thumb ramp is really, really nice. It's effective without being a skin shredder, which I really, really appreciate. Pocket clip, fan-friggin-tastic. It's nice and long. It's got a good degree of flexibility for a solid titanium pocket clip, and it goes in and out of the pocket super easy. All the way around, this is a really well-made knife and something that I could see a lot of people maybe carrying as an EDC because it is going to be fairly lightweight. It is a fairly simple knife, and it's not a knife that's all too scary to non-knife people if you pull it out in public to cut open a box or something like that. I love the shape on the spine here, so if I don't feel like holding the knife back here, I can choke up a little bit and I can extend my thumb onto the thumb depression in the spine of the blade. It's actually quite comfortable. Love the grinds on this. Everything looks fantastic. What a beautiful, beautiful job. I want to thank Brian for being a supporter of mine over the years. There were times over the past 4 or 5 years that it was difficult for me to get good quality content out here for you guys on a regular basis. When my financial situation changed and it became harder and harder to just lay out thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars a month to buy new knives to keep the channel going, great guys like Brian were coming out with awesome knives and making sure I had something to put under my lens. And there have been a few brands like that. Katuo is another great brand that has done that. Terrain 365, which I'm going to be going to here in a moment, is another brand. There have been a few really special brands that I've had wonderful partnerships with. And whether I had to send the knives back when I was done or send on to another reviewer when I was done, or I got the option to purchase, or it was given to me, no matter what it was, there were some great brands that backed my channel without having to be quote unquote sponsors. And Brian has been fantastic. I love his work, and I love the way that he is in general. If you follow Brian's Instagram, you already know this, but if you don't, you need to follow him to see what happens next in his new models and get to know him also. He posts a lot of his updates as selfie videos on his cell phone, and you get a real sense for why so many of us like him. He's extremely personable and friendly and seems to have zero ego whatsoever. He's just a raw talent and a nice guy who doesn't fumble the ball when it comes to running the business either, where a lot of makers fall prey to that part. He's on top of his orders. He's on top of his customer service. He's on top of his quality control every bit as much as he is on top of making his customs and designing his production knives. So he's got that balance of being the artist and being a businessman. And somewhere, somehow, with all of that on his plate, he's still a super damn nice guy. So thank you, Brian. I really appreciate you. Thank you for being a part of this final upload. I really do appreciate it. And for sparing one of your hottest, newest creations in order for me to showcase. You, sir, are the man. And following in that same vein, and this leads into another brand that I'm so thankful for because of the support that they've shown me over the years as well. Patrick Ma and Michael Vagnino over at Terrain 365. I've been a fan of Patrick's designs for even longer than I knew he was the person that designed the knives that I liked. And that goes back to the Tad Gear days. When he formed PDW, Prometheus Design Works, I followed what he was doing over there and loved that as well. And then he decided to take PDW and level up. And instead of just saying, it's Prometheus Design Works, I don't know, waterline, he created an entirely new brand called Terrain 365. And with Terrain 365, you've got the same great models that you do with PDW, like the Invictus, but now you have a version of it that is completely impervious to the world. There's nothing you can do to rust it or corrode it or really any kind of natural damage at all. Here is the packaging that they now come in. Same familiar mausoleum-style box. And now you're getting the zippered case as well. Inside of here will be some lubricating oil, which you don't need. You're dealing with ceramic bearings, ceramic detent. It's never going to need any of this. Always run it dry. And what else do we have in here? We have Michael Vagnino's business card and your warranty. Okay, now they're explaining why they've put the oil into the packaging. It is a specially formulated oil for titanium in the unlikely event that your knife should start to stick when closing. Oh, okay, so this can be used on the lock. I was not aware of that. Clean off the tang, back of the blade where it engages with the lock bar. Apply 1 or 2 small drops of oil. Open and close the knife a few times until the stick is gone. So you do the exact opposite to fix lock stick that you would in any other knife. Okay, and then there's a warning not to use your knife as a pry bar. That's not what it's designed for, and that's not what this blade material is good at. All right, let's get this out of there. You'll also receive additional ceramic bearings, captured pivot, and body hardware as well. This to me, and I've said this for several years now, it may well be the very best EDC folder ever made. It's the toughest knife you're probably ever going to own. It's impervious to almost everything, and it's slim, it's lightweight, and it's still got a full-size blade and an edge that lasts nearly forever, or longer than anything that you can think of. So totally rust-proof, non-magnetic, and guess what? There isn't any steel on this knife anywhere. And I'll get into that in just a moment. Specs first, and then on to the fun. Let's get the packaging out of the way. Your overall length is 8.125 inches with a blade length of 3.5 inches, and it is a true spear point blade. And this is the knife that really made me love spear point blades. Blade thickness is 118 thousandths thick. Handle thickness just under 1/2 inch. 417 thousandths from the surface of this scale to the surface of the pocket clip. And your weight, 3.7 ounces. Now, when I said I love this blade material and that there's no steel in this knife anywhere, the hell was I talking about? Talking about terravantium, which is a dendritic cobalt. It is not steel, so it can't rust or corrode. It also doesn't stain anywhere near as easily as any other steel will. And it is, at the microscopic level, self-sharpening. That means the more you cut with it, the sharper it becomes. Now, no steel that I know of can do this. But what's happening here is, every time that you cut with this knife, you are exposing more of the carbide crystals. What you have here, just very simply and plainly, is a batch of very strong, sharp carbide crystals that are being held together in this cobalt matrix. Every time you cut with it, that softer cladding, you would consider it cladding if it were Sanmai, the softer composition of this material wears away and exposes more of the carbides. And these raw carbides at a microscopic level are like little saw teeth. And that's what you want on the edge of a blade. All the people that are like, oh, I've got to have a mirror polished, baby's ass smooth blade, all they're doing is slicing paper ribbons for social media. When you're actually cutting and slicing stuff, this is the edge you want. Because it's like a little saw. It's going to cut through everything. And because of this material, it will continually keep that edge sharp. Now, this is the standard frame lock or bolster lock version, as you see here, with the gorgeous carbon fiber scales, the titanium bolsters, and you see how that's constructed. Now, I've got two more that I want to show you. Now, the first one here is called the Invictus TL, and that's because this Invictus does not have a frame lock or bolster lock. It's running a top lock right up here up top. Oops, get open. You will see James Rodabaw's Infinity Lock. It's very easy to access, and it gives you yet another way that you can deploy the blade as well. Now, this version is identical in every way to that one, except this is full G10 over titanium liners. Everything else on our course is titanium, your pocket clip and whatnot. And you don't have to put your thumb in the path of the blade to unlock the lock, which is something that a lot of people are going to really, really enjoy. Now, this surprisingly has a similar action. So the detent feel and flicking the blade open yeah, that feels remarkably close. I do still prefer the feel of the bolster lock, but yeah, that still feels really, really nice. Now, the whole idea here is that Michael Vagnino really wanted to experiment with more innovations in their knives. So by going and using ABS Mastersmith James Rodabaw's Infinity Lock, it gives them something entirely different that they've never had before. This is more or less an integral lock, locking up here at the top. Otherwise, it performs the exact same way. It's the same size, 3.5-inch blade, all the same goodies. It weighs a little bit less. It might weigh at 3.4 ounces instead of 3.7. But I can't hold back my excitement any longer. I have one more to show you. And this, my friends, is the Invictus BL. Now, this one's done in full titanium, no scales. And the lock on this one, again, keeps your thumb out of the path of the blade, but it does not have the infinity lock. It's a button lock where the button is integrated into the pivot. And this has become one of my favorite lock styles over the past 2 years or so. A few brands have started doing this. Vosteed is another brand that's had great success doing this. And I like everything about it. This is the most simple way that you can have this nice setup. You could go simple as far as, well, basic. We all understand frame locks and liner locks. That's super simple and easy to understand. If you want to try something new and something that your buddies don't have, then you want to try the top lock, the TL. And then if you're me, maybe you just got a little extra swagger going on. You're like, I want this to be as close to a Sebenza as possible. Because honestly, that's what you're buying here, folks. You are buying what I feel is the best American-made direct replacement for the venerable Sebenza. I think you have an equally utilitarian style blade. I believe you have equal ergonomics. This is very neutral ergonomics, just like a Sebenza. Pretty much any sized hand is going to fit. So if you like a large Sebenza, then you absolutely must give yourself the opportunity to try one of the Invictus. Here it is right next to my Sebenza. It is virtually identical in size. And aesthetically, you've got a lot of choices, man. With the bolstered version, you've got OD green, you've got carbon fiber, and you've got insane sicko safety orange. And I believe all those colors might also be available in the TL, the top lock. They might even have that wolf gray. They used to have a wolf gray that was cool. And then you have the BL, the button lock. Boop. And again, just like with the infinity lock, I can depress the lock and simply whip my wrist, and the blade will come right out too. Do I have a favorite? Honestly, it's a tie between these two. You want to say that the newest in your hands is going to be your favorite, just out of that honeymoon period, or the newest innovation or the newest update. That would be this. But man, I'm still so heavily drawn to the original that it's hard to say. I think no matter which way you go, you have what is the perfect, reasonable replacement for a Sebenza, especially now while the Sebenza prices continue to climb to astronomical levels. Don't you all remember the day when you could get a plain Jane for $400? That was brief. They went to $425 pretty quick. But they sat at $425 for years and years and years. And now they're so much more expensive. I'll be honest with you. On many days, I would much rather have this in my pocket. And to know that all I've got to do is rinse this with clean water when I'm done with it and put it away. That's it. And that's just to keep any salt from gumming up inside of your action. If you go out in the ocean with this and it gets wet, you don't have to worry about it rusting. But salt has a tendency to get in to the inner workings of things and make them not so pleasant. Rinse it out with some clean, fresh water, shake it dry, or use a compressed air, blow it dry. You're in good shape, man. That's your list of maintenance for this knife, for the life of this knife. I still wish it had a flipper tab, but that's my one and only criticism of the Invictus. This knife should be a flipper by now. Oh man, what a fidget toy that would be. That's my thoughts on Terrain 365. Got to move. Got more stuff to get to, and I'm excited to do it all. Now, here's a segment we're going to be spending quite a few minutes on. And the main focus of this segment is going to be this particular knife right here. This is the new mid-size production-made field cleaver by Rad Knives. We're going to be looking at a few other things too, because I felt it was important. Colin felt it was important. And honestly, all of his collectors would have felt it was important to show you what an actual true-to-life, real, handmade, custom Rad Knives field cleaver actually looks like, feels like, everything. I'm going to do the best I can to convey that to you. So this is the full production version, which is the most affordable way to get into one of his knives now. These are a brand new project. Then there's the R&D. R&D Knives is a collaborative partnership between Colin at Rad Knives and Dalibor Bergam. Their friendship has gone back well over a decade, and they've been collaborating at different levels on different knives for about a decade as well. Now, for those that don't know, you should. If you don't, somebody needs to slap your ass. Dalibor Bergam, the renowned Croatian custom knife maker, is perhaps most well known for his overbuilt knives. They're overbuilt, hard-used knives. He's done integrals. He's done traditional style folders. Very rough and very tough. And now, over the past 5 years, he has taken his work to a whole other level and started adding in really exotic materials with very, very, very fine finishing. So it's not just about the big, tough, overbuilt knives anymore like these. It's about something that all collectors seem to be attracted to. Toughness and beauty all in one. He's a self-taught maker with a background in civil engineering, and he started making knives back in 2012, and through more or less trial and error, how most of us get going through it, and investing in tools and mastering his techniques in-house, including forging his own Damascus, heat treating, and making his own components, his own hardware. He has really grown as a maker, and I'm so happy to see it. Dalibor's been a buddy of mine for a number of years as well, and I've always loved his work. I was one of the first people to come out here with one of his knives on YouTube and showcase just how cool his stuff was, and that's got to be a decade old now. That's got to be a 10-year-old video by now. So when you look at the kind of work that each of them do, it's no wonder that he and Colin get along so well. They love forging their own materials and controlling the art and presentation down to the very pattern in the Damascus. Now, when we're talking about the two collaborating, it's on this, the R&D cleaver. It will say RD back here on the lock side. It's a very tall and stubby kind of blade feel compared to what Colin typically does. This is actually a good melding of their design languages together, 50-50. You definitely see the Dalibor influence in the blade. It's very close to being his toucan blade. And then you can see the overall presence of a cleaver, which would go back to Colin's designs. And you see the way the handle is shaped. This is actually wonderfully comfortable. Now, if you're really digging into it, of course, you're going to feel the jimping. That's why it's there. You're supposed to. You've also got jimping up here at the spine of the blade. And then right here, you've got this divot. And it can be used for a number of different holds. You could drop your thumb into it. You can drop your index finger into it for slicey, dicey cuts like that. It's thick, it's beefy, it's mean. And I'm going to give you the sizes for all these a little bit later, because I did make notes on that because there are some slight differences. I couldn't memorize them, so I made a little note, and I'll read them off when I get to that point. Now, that's the R&D cleaver. This one has a Damacor blade. This one, I believe, is already sold. This is going off to someone else. The darkened or blackened titanium for the frame, however you'd like to word that. All the hardware, all the titanium is blackened with a beautifully etched and polished Damacor blade. Very, very high end. This was not an inexpensive knife, but still a more affordable way to get into rad knives. And we'll discuss why that is in just a second. Now, if you think that these are big knives, well, yeah, they are big knives. I want to show you one of his old customs. Right here in this box. It dwarfs the new production version. We're going to talk about the materials and how this was made in just a little bit. Oof. Because I want to talk a little bit about Colin first. For those that don't know him, there are a lot of people that think they know him, but they do not. Colin was once a hugely popular figure in the modded car world with his company, Toxic Fab. With his legendary welding skills, crafting unique exhausts and turbo kits, tubular manifolds, intake systems, intercooler piping, coolant tanks, O2 dumps, the list goes on and on and on and on. His flawless welds gained him incredible recognition. And it's funny, the people that have followed him the longest and know him the best love him. He told me the other day that more than half of his production knives have been sold not to his knife customers, but to his pre-existing car customers. That's nuts. You're going back, 15 years ago when he was doing that, and they're still with him. That's how much they love the quality of his work. He decided at one point to kind of pivot away from the hot rod and GTR scene to knife making, and brought the same innovation and insane drive that he has going on in his mind into knife making, which it's obsessive. And some of your best knife makers that you're ever going to meet are obsessive. It's crazy. Often working 80-hour weeks, he doesn't just make knives. He's constantly building or restoring machines for his shop, creating all new patterns for his Damascus and titanium Damascus, and also torture testing the damn knives that he makes. I have seen him jump up onto a giant steel table with a bench vise so big it could probably hold a rudder from the fucking Queen Mary. He would clamp one of his multi-$1,000 field cleavers into that thing and wail on it with a sledgehammer because he wanted to see which would fail first, the lock or the pivot. By doing this, he saw areas of opportunity and began custom heat treating his own pivots. He started using custom oversized pivots, which, by the way, that has bled through into the production knives with Raylight. He wasn't happy with how everybody else makes knives, so he kind of forced them into doing things that they hadn't done before. Different size pivots, different sized hardware, different thread pitch, everything, just to make this as strong of a knife as it can be. Even though it's not one of his customs, it's a production knife, he still wanted it to live up to the level that he would expect from any knife that he would have his name on. So keep that in mind, even on this most affordable version. So anyway, going back to the customs, he made his own custom pivots and then heat treated them to a ridiculous degree to make sure that they were as strong as they could possibly be. Now, Colin was routinely selling these cleavers, the big guys here, for $3,000 to $5,000 on his wait list. Then one day he decided to open up the chance to own one to everybody by doing an auction. And he quickly learned that people would pay upwards of $12,000 for one of his knives. Now, unlike other makers, that didn't inspire Colin to raise his prices. If you got on his order books, you paid the exact same standard maker prices. He then began making more strictly just for auctions, while his order books were backed up over 2 years. Now, some people hated that his knives sold so often at auction because they felt that that kept them from getting a knife somehow. Dude, there was over a 2-year wait list. You were not going to get one unless you were on that list. But he would make one and then make it available right away and do it up for auction to give other people a chance. The other people that hated it were the ones that couldn't afford to beat out $10, $12, $13, $15,000 bids on these knives. So that started getting people a little bit soured on rad knives. People that had never touched one would start posting replies or comments, I should say, on his posts about how they looked so cheap, and I don't understand how they cost so much money, and you're not really putting in all that much work. You're just making a knife, man. It's not a piece of art. Chill out with your prices. The thing is, Colin wasn't setting his prices anymore. The public was. He had his prices, which were substantially less than the auction prices. And then you had what people would pay on the secondary market and in auctions. So, of course, that's how he exploded in popularity, because everybody wanted one of these knives. They just were the goal, the dream, the grail. People begged him to make a production knife for years, but he always resisted because he refused to have work done in China, because his business was almost completely stolen from him by Chinese counterfeits. Some companies had come out with a field cleaver that looked like this, and I don't remember what they were selling for, but it was an absurdly low price. It certainly wasn't multi-thousands of dollars, which at that time, since no production knives existed, the only way you could get a field cleaver was a custom, either having sat on Colin's wait list or paying the auction prices. So sure, did you want to spend $8,000 today or $150? A lot of people opted to buy the Chinese. And unfortunately, Colin himself had customers contacting him, dropping off of his custom order list, and he couldn't figure out why. And somebody sent him over a link and went, this is what dropped this week, over at whatever it was, AliExpress, or I don't know where it was. And he says, okay, well, that's where that went. So he swore he would never do anything in China. And he was also afraid of, the mass production quality has got to be terrible out of China. And then enough people told him about David at Raylight, sat him down and said, the quality coming out of this place is absurd. You can make crazy requests and they figure out a way to fulfill your dreams. It's nuts. Well, Colin's a perfectionist. He didn't just leave it up to, here's a couple renderings and here's a couple measurements. He went through and he wrote the actual CAD and CAM for this knife. And by the way, for these knives. And presented that so that the knife could be as perfect as it could ever possibly be, being made by somebody else. So, kind of cursing under his breath, he caved to the customer's requests and found the perfect OEM partner in Raylight to come as close to a custom as possible. But he had to stop them on occasion and teach them how to do a few things the way that he does them in order to make a stronger knife, in order to make a better overall knife for actual real use. So here they are, Big Papa, Little Baby, full custom. I don't remember what this went for at auction, to be honest with you. But I have to give an enormous thank you to a gentleman named Dennis for making this happen. A collector who paid top dollar for this knife generously shipped it to me out of his collection just to make sure that I had a custom to show alongside Collins Productions. He's one of Collins' absolute best customers and a friend of his as well. And he made this for Dennis 8.5 years ago. Guys, this is the level that he was at almost a decade ago. To see his work today, oh my God, you have got to go to his Instagram and look what he is doing. It's incredible. But it's not just about the knives anymore. Colin told me that this was the last of the field cleavers that he made with other people's components. After this knife, every Damascus blade was his forged Damascus. Every Timascus Mokutai looking exotic piece was made of his Radmascus. But on this one, it's still damn special because this is a custom billet of Devin Thomas Raindrop Stainless Damascus. Colin and Devin are good friends, and he was able to get him to do this beautiful Raindrop Damascus. And what is on here is actual Timascus for the presentation scale and the pocket clip. And the back spacer, ooh. Let's see, you have zirconium screws, Colin's own custom-made bearings, and an oversized 3/8 inch 440 custom steel pivot barrel. And custom thread pitch as well, to a custom size stop pin, also in 440C, and all of those steel components were heat treated by Colin. The size of this knife is about 10 inches in overall length. It is a beastie when you compare it to the production, which is about 9.2 inches overall. Well, I'm sorry, not the production. That would be the R&D. My bad. I need to try to figure out a way to get all three of these in the shot. Can I fit these in frame? And for those wondering, hey, are you rubbing Dennis's $12,000, $15,000, who knows what knife into granite? No, this is actually linoleum. It's very, very soft. I've used this for a number of years because it won't scratch up any knives. Okay, so the R&D, 9.2 inches overall. A full-size field cleaver is just a hair over 10 inches. The full production mid-size cleaver is 7.5 inches. Let's talk about blade length. On the R&D, you've got a 4-inch blade with 3.25 inch cutting edge. The mid-size, 3.3 inch blade going from here to here. And then your cutting edge is 3 inches. So not a huge difference between those. And then you get to the big bad boy. It's a 4-inch blade and a 3.25 inch cutting edge. So in the world of rad knives, your ultimate grail is always going to be a full custom. I mean, let's be honest, you're going to start at 10 grand. I don't even know if Colin's ever going to do books ever again. I don't know if he can handle that, because it gets just crazy too fast. You could then check out the R&D, his collaboration with Dalibor, and you're in that mid-level price range. I'm not going to say prices because numbers change from, day to day, week to week. And then the little guys here, that's still a big full-size knife, believe you me. The mid-size, the production field cleaver being the most affordable. 6.2 ounces 11.9 ounces, 7.1 ounces in weight. Now, there's one more that I have to show you. And this is a showstopper. This is going to stop the show, as if that wasn't a showstopper enough. I mean, I don't think that I gave this enough credit for just how gorgeous that is. But yeah, Timascus and Damascus all set up against darkened titanium. Yeah, it's damn friggin' sexy, man. And there you have. This is an end cut of. Oh, you know what? This is an end cut of Radmascus. And we'll talk about that here in just a couple of seconds. What Radmascus actually is. Let's get that out of the way. All right. This is going to drive you nuts. Trust me, it is driving me nuts. Okay, so here we have some stickers. We have Colin's pup. And I assure you what's in here, pretty fucking rad. This is the one that I was trying to get my hands on in the production versions. But they went immediately. So mine is the satin. There's also a polished stonewash that looks really, really good as well. But this, my friends, is heavy etched damasteel that is then black DLC coated. That is a true DLC. A true DLC, you will see the finish of the material underneath, whether it's mirror polished or it's satin finished or it's matte finished. It's such a thin layer that you're seeing through it. Another reason I'm glad I'm not going to be doing these fucking videos anymore is everybody always wants to argue what DLC is. If you see a finish like this on a knife blade, this is obviously a hard anodized aluminum flashlight. But when you see that black, powdery, matte finish on a knife blade and they say DLC, they're not DLC. This is DLC. What they were showing you was carbon oxide done in a PVD process. And that PVD process is the same process that's used to apply DLC. But the difference, folks, is DLC is performance. It's not just aesthetics. It's self-lubricating. It's extraordinarily scratch-resistant. This coating has a higher degree of scratch resistance than the surface of the damasteel underneath. So this is actually providing protection against scratches and corrosion from any blade it's on. Now, this being damasteel, we don't have to worry about that too much because it's stainless steels making up that Damascus. This is the hang hole, and I went for a no hole, which is a higher grind. But that all black. This, as I understand it, is going with Colin to Blade Show, Texas. So if you haven't been, then you probably need to go because this will be there. It ain't cheap, I'll tell you that, but it's worth every friggin' penny. And that is two sides of the same coin, the dark side and the light side. Absolutely love it. All right. Now let's continue on a little bit more story time with rad knives. I'll put that away later. So I hope that nobody thinks that Colin is a hypocrite for having said very publicly that he had no interest in working with China to now having some really wonderful offerings coming out of China. And as he has said repeatedly on his Instagram, that he is proud of working with Raylight to bring out the level of quality that they've brought out in the production and the R&D series. They have been fantastic. But as much as I love the field cleaver, I asked him, I said, do you have a Zephyr laying around? Zephyr's an important model, and it might be my favorite model of his. And that, once again, a huge thanks to Dennis. This comes out of his personal collection once again, just like the full-size field cleaver did. And he's kind enough to share this with us. I'm going to get everything else off the table because I don't want anything to possibly touch that knife, make any scratches or anything bad happen. Now with this is all Colin. This is his titanium Damascus. This is his low layer Damascus. And this is where Colin has surpassed so many makers. I want you to think about this. Now, I believe, and he believes, that he was the first to do a contrasting 4 alloy titanium Damascus a decade ago. Now, Colin talked to Chuck Bybee about it, and he had to show Chuck proof that he didn't use their patented way of making titanium Damascus. Because that's what a lot of people don't do, is they go out there and they try to figure it out. And there have been some companies that have figured it out, and they don't even bother to give Alpha Knife Supply credit for being the inventors of titanium Damascus, what we know as Timascus. And Colin honors them by saying, they inspired me to push myself into an unknown realm and try to be the best I could be at it, and was consulting with Chuck Bybee during the process. That's pretty damn cool. Since that time a decade ago, he has done 5, 6, 7, 8, even 10 alloy titanium Damascus, which again he calls Radmascus. His Radmascus is the most expensive and the most sought after titanium Damascus in the world, period. I mean, this is going above and beyond what any knife maker you know is doing. I would say the next closest to him is going to be Robert Carter, also out of Texas. And you guys know I have a particular love for Rob and his work. But go out there and find me a knife maker at any age that can do the things that Colin is doing. He's made his own multi-alloy titanium Damascus. He has done insane patterns in Damascus, stuff that nobody's ever done, and he has shown to a few of his Damascus making friends, all of which you know their names very, very well, and they've been super impressed. It just doesn't exist. Nobody's out there doing this stuff, man. And instead of pumping knife after knife after knife after knife out to hurry him out the door to make money, he slows down and he comes up with new processes, comes up with new patterns, new ways to achieve them, all so that every customer that gets a knife from him can have the experience of having a knife that was better than the last one that he sent out, continually perfecting everything that he does. So when you hear somebody say, I can't believe some idiot bid that cleaver up over $15,000, you'll all know why, that they just don't understand the level of craftsmanship that Colin puts into these, because they look at these as like any other knife. And they're really not. Colin used to go out there and defend himself quite publicly, quite vocally, and clearly identify people who didn't know what the fuck they were talking about. So yeah, he didn't make a long list of friends doing that. People do not like being corrected online. So he has earned his haters, but he has also earned the respect of so many big name knife makers, big name blacksmiths, guys that are out there that do nothing but make billets of Damascus are looking at his stuff going, man, you have really, really done something here. And it all comes together in knives that you don't often see on the secondary market because generally people don't want to sell a knife that they've gotten from him. By the way, if you're wondering, on the Zephyr, you've got about a 3.25-inch sheep's foot blade here. I love the arch that he's put in the back spine here. Is that, I don't even know how many holes that is. Is that a 12 shooter? I was gonna call it a 6-shooter pivot. There's a lot more holes than 6. Pretty slick, pretty cool. This, yep, it looks like zirconium for the pocket clip. Standoffs are zirconium. Ooh la 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 la. And the action is fantastic. Just the right amount of detent. And I think if I had any little niggle with this, I would love to see a nice big window here to flick off of with your finger if you wanted to. Just so that you had a different option to open it, that's all. Colin, the only thing I see with Colin is he really needs to learn how to design a good flipper tab. Holy shit. It's either a big, enormous hook that you're either going to love it or you're going to hate it. I find it's a great leverage point and it makes the knife scream out of the frame. Or he's got a little baby stubby one here and you're pulling back on really well-defined jimping, but when you do, you're coming right back here to 2 points in the titanium. Now, for most of us, not a huge deal. I notice it, but it doesn't hurt. If you've worked in an office your entire life and you've got very soft fingers, yeah, you're going to notice the hell out of that every time your finger goes across it. But that's it. If that's the worst of it, if the greatest offense that Colin has ever made is ugly flipper tabs, then I'd say he's doing pretty friggin' good. I'm biased. I call Colin a friend. We have been friends for as long as he came out on the scene. About a year after he came out on the scene, we kind of got to know each other, and so at least a good decade, I would say. And I tried to stay in touch with him when he kind of dropped off the face of the earth a few years ago. He needed to take some time away to get his mojo back, and holy shit, I think he's done it. And he's done it first by satisfying the customers, by offering production versions that they begged for that are actually somewhat affordable. But yeah, I'd look for some big shit coming in 2026 from him. All right. I have a very long segment here on rad knives. I have to cut it short at this point. Colin, thank you ever so much for participating in this episode. It means the world to me. You're a good friend. I love your work. I'll always support you. So thank you for supporting me in kind. And to Dennis, once again, having the balls to ship 5 days before Christmas, the worst time of year to lose packages. Dude, you are absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much for supporting this show as well and for helping schmucks like me that have never had a chance to hold a Zephyr. Now I have. And now I know something else I really want. Thanks to you. And now we're going to get to do my absolute favorite thing that I like to do out here. And if you've watched me long enough, you've been subscribed to me long enough, you know exactly how I'm going to end that sentence. My favorite thing in the world to do is expose people to brands or to knife makers that have not dropped onto their radar. I guarantee many of you watching know about Penrose knives. I'm sorry. Maybe some of you. I would bet that most of you watching have never heard of Penrose knives. Well, I am here to change that for one big reason. Because I accidentally stumbled across them myself. And I gotta tell you, oh man, what a wonderful friggin' accident. I love this thing. Let's get this put away. As you see, very simple packaging. There's a couple of sea lions going on with the tuxedo and the business suit. Designed with love in Switzerland. So I have talked to the designer and brand owner. His name is Aaron. Seems like a wonderful guy. And I had no idea that he knew who the hell I was. So I reach out to him and I say, hey, man, these things look really, really great. I wish I had come across them earlier. Because obviously I would have loved to have reviewed one during the year, and obviously not on my way out the door. I would have liked to have done it earlier. And he says, oh, yeah, I know who you are. He goes, you've been an inspiration into me wanting to design knives and to start my own knife brand. So, he's thanking me, and I'm thanking him for creating such a wildly cool design. And we're going back and forth for a bit. I said, listen, I'm doing my last show. Or my last upload, I should say. I don't like calling this a show. It's not really a show. And I said, if there's a way to get it here in the next, 4 or 5 days, I kind of want to check one of these out for myself, selfishly. I said, but number two, if it is even half as nice as it presents itself in images, this is going to be damn cool. He's like, well, I like to think it's cool. I'm the one that designed it. Look at that beautiful drop point, and look at the aggressive swedge coming in from the top. All that spine jimping. I'm going to tell you right now, if you're pining for an Oz Roosevelt, stop it. Go over to the Penrose website and buy this. It will fill all the same roles, the same utility. This blade is going to be equal in the utility department. The same carryability. It's lightweight. It's actually slimmer and sleeker, so it's even easier to carry and get in and out of the same pocket. And you're going to have the same appreciation for the milling patterns that are being offered on this knife. Now, typically, I would have gone with the all bright silver, right? But something about this all black really, really spoke to me. Oh, and by the way, this is very, very, very close on the fidget satisfying scale as the Roosevelt is also. I would say I wish that there was a larger blade window, but that's it. Guys, you can buy 3 or 4 of these for the maker price of a Rosie. The flipper tab works well. It's a little tiny, but it works pretty damn well. Can you front flip with all that? Yeah, it's got a bit of jimping. It definitely grabs dry skin, but not quite enough, I guess. I can certainly flick it with my index finger. It doesn't like being done with the thumb because you're pushing into the detent, making it where it doesn't want to move. And look how silky smooth this is without being completely drop free. What a great size. Overall length, 7.48 inches, guys. What a great size. Blade length, 3.14 inches. A Bowler M390, running 60 to 62 on the Mohs scale. Beautiful drop point. Everything on here is titanium except for the blade. Titanium backspacer. You've got the titanium sculpted pocket clip that I still have the protective thing on because it ain't coming out. And the weight on this is 3.7 ounces. Now, these are made for Penrose by Kubi. We've seen a lot of really good stuff coming out of Kubi because of brands like Devo knives. And I've told you over and over, Devo is one of my favorites. One of the things that excites me about this upload right here, I know it's absurdly long. We're going hour after hour after hour. but I've had a wonderful opportunity to talk with you about really good EDC knives. Brian Brown, of course, did it very, very well with the Raptor V3. And then we talked about Terrain 365 with their Invictus model. The knife that I think truly now bests the Sabenza, which I never thought I'd ever be able to find a knife to say that with. And this. I would say if you walk away from this show with anything, it's a short list of absolute must-own knives, which would include the Penrose knives Otarita. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Or one of the Terrain 365 Invictus models. This is super cool. Now, Aaron says that he has a hard time naming things. So I had asked him, real quickly, so what's the deal with the otarita name? And he says it's Latin. And it means, okay. He says he thinks this looks like a seal gliding through the water. And this spelling of otarita is the Latin name for a seal. I didn't know that. I didn't expect to learn that shit today. Did you? No. Yet here we are. It's fate that has brought us together once again. And now we know how Latins referred to seals, if they referred to them at all. When I have these laid out here, it's impossible for you to look at these two knives and think to yourself, I wonder who makes those. Because they are very clearly signature Vandermulen, just looking at him sitting here, sitting still. Jeff Vandermulen is a highly regarded custom knife maker who has had the opportunity to learn from some of the finest knife makers in the world, including his friend and neighbor, Jeremy Marsh. That's a hell of a way to get started on your journey as a handmade knife maker. And he has developed this style that is absolutely awesome. He loves bolstered knives, and he loves hidden pivots behind his bolsters. And you know what? I agree with him. He specializes more in the hard-use, overbuilt kind of knives. That whole robust, hard-use tactical folder, does fixed blades as well. And he handcrafts every single one of these knives in the good old US of A, using manual machines and premium materials like RWL34, stainless Damascus, Sanmai, titanium, carbon fiber, zirconium is a big one he gets into, Mokutai, and Damascus. His designs always give you these sweeping organic ergonomics that are normally complemented by some sharp right angle somewhere, making the knife look wickedly aggressive. Just look at this. Look at all the zirc on this. The instigator that I'm holding here in my hands, this is one of his 3-inch instigators. And what I love the most about this knife is his choice of materials. So back here, we're looking at mammoth ivory scales, a material that if you look at cross-eyed will chip out, shatter, break, and become utterly useless. And these two scales right here at this size, this tiny, tiny little size, he would have paid well over $300 just for the raw materials. And then you got to start cutting and grinding that very, very sensitive material that wants to break and turn into powder. It's so difficult to work with. And it stinks. Go to the dentist and smell them drilling and sanding people's teeth. That's what that smells like. It is god awful. And then you get up here into these beautiful, smooth zirconium bolsters, which add quite a bit of weight to the overall knife. Titanium liners running all the way through. And there is your titanium liner lock. And the one and only thing that I would change on this knife, let's make it two things on this knife. Number one, this has Jeff's more medium detent. So it's not overly snappy, but it's still very, very easy to flip it all the way open to full lock. But the only actual complaint I would have is the clearance to get here into the liner lock. I wish the presentation side were cut back just a teeny tiny bit so that I could get better leverage on that liner lock. But other than that, it's so beautiful. And it feels so well balanced because of all that zirc hanging off the front end of this. Now, this blade is a 3-inch Chad Nichols stainless Intrepid Damascus. Look how awesome that is. It looks a lot like razor wire Damascus. Looks very, very mean, very tough. And it goes well with this beautiful trailing point blade that the Instigator has. Now, when Jeff and I were discussing what knives to bring out here for this, because I was being picky, because I have a great respect for Jeff. Jeff and I have been friends for a good long time. And even without the friendship, I have a wonderful respect for the amount of work that he puts into each and every knife. And I love most all of his designs. You know, so we're talking about a homicide and a double homicide. And I'm like, okay, I don't want to do a double homicide because it's so big and overbearing. It takes over anything else I might be showing. Because I'm thinking maybe like a homicide and a barely legal. Because both of those, Jeff and I have a history with those. I've reviewed them. He has built some for me. I've owned a lot of Jeff's knives over the years. And to this day, he's still one of my favorite makers. So instead of going completely crazy with a double homicide, which is still, I believe, his largest folder, this is the 187. Now, the 187 also kind of murders the scales. This is a big one. Your overall length is 9.375 inches with a blade length of 3.875, so just under a 4-inch blade. All hand rub satin, beautiful hand rub satin on there. Wicked, crazy compound grind with your hollow back here and your flat grind here. And a polished swedge to go along with the polished spine. Another one of his trailing point designs, which is, again, just gorgeous. The lock disengages nice and easy, and that blade flips out with authority. You've got a huge flipper tab with plenty of jimping on it. You're not going to miss that flipper, not at all. And this overall is a Jeff Vandermulen look. The bolsters with the covered pivot and all this darkness. Jeff definitely has a darkness within him, and this knife, I think, brings it out. And there he has hand engraved the inside of the backspacer. Signed Jeff Vandermulen. It's a 187. It's number 49, apparently. And it was made November of 2024? No. I think he goofed because it was supposed to say 2025. And then he's marked it RWL 34, which is why that finish looks as gorgeous as it does. RWL 34 is an incredible blade steel. Takes to every finish very, very well. And the performance of RWL 34 is fantastic too. So Jeff is still able to make some really damn big knives. And he's also able to make some nice compact ones as well. If you've never had a true handmade custom, Maybe you've only focused on machine customs and things like that, and you're looking for that maker that enjoys working with you to create something insane. He's generally the guy that will say yes when another knife maker will say no. Case in point, many, many, many years ago, when I realized that Jeff enjoyed working with zirconium as much as I loved collecting knives with zirconium, we came up with a project. He was going to make me a barely legal, which is a big-sized frame lock, and he was going to make the entire frame lock, including the lock side, in zirconium. Now, nobody else would do this for me. And everybody went, zirconium doesn't have the memory. Once it's bent to a certain degree, it's going to stay very close to remaining bent in that direction, and all these things. And Jeff went, bah humbug. Let him poo-poo it. It's okay. I know how to do it and make it work. And I said, you know what? I trust that you do. And the legendary full Zirc frame lock, barely legal, that's on my channel way, 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 way back, became a reality. Now, it was a heavy son of a bitch, but damn if it wasn't beautiful. And he polished the whole thing and did an oil slick finish on it, which really made it stand out. So for me, this is another full circle thing. It was through that period that Jeff and I became friends. It was because I had initially done a guest blade video where a mutual friend, Bob, had sent in a barely legal and something else. May have been a homicide. And I fell in love with the overall feel. And I went, this is what a handmade custom feels like. I love this wonderfully unique feeling. And Jeff and I got to talking, and he started working on projects for me. I was able to get on his books and order stuff, and then I would buy stuff from him at shows like Blade Show Atlanta. And I've loved every single thing he's ever made for me. And we've always gone nuts. It's always been like, Damascus and zirconium and raindrop Damascus and stuff like that. And I look at these and go, there's a lot of dressiness going on here. This is very dressed down, and I find them to be equally as beautiful. If I were standing at his table with the money in my hand, I would have a hard time choosing between these two. My mind would go to the instigator because it's a smaller size, and you would carry it more often. Well, yeah, but it's still thick and beefy and bulky and not a little knife by any stretch. And then I go, when are you going to carry a knife that weighs 10 ounces? It's got to be about 10 ounces. It's almost 10 inches long. When are you really going to carry that, silly boy? That would be a tough choice. It is a tough choice. I'm looking at both going, I want to offer Jeff money and only ship one of these back, but I truly can't pick between them. It's that difficult. They're both gorgeous. And who doesn't want genuine mammoth ivory? To have something on your knife that is at least 10,000 years old, more or less 50 to 60,000 years old, could be as old as 1,000,000 years old. Because I think they said the last woolly mammoths to roam the earth were about 12,000 years ago. So that's the minimum age that this would be. And he did a beautiful job finishing it too. Gorgeous. All right, it's time to move on out of the Vandermulen section to what? I don't know. Let's see. How wild and crazy and cool is this? This next segment right here is going to be dedicated strictly to the hollow grind out of South Florida. Dave has been a friend for almost as many years as I've been doing this. And we got to know each other when I lived in South Florida for a stint of time. I went back to my home of South Florida. And I was heavy into collecting, and there were a couple of knives I was buying from them. So they had my address, and I was like, hemming, hawing, and asking questions about a couple of other knives at the time that I had no experience with. And Dave goes, you know what? You live right down the road from where we're headquartered. I'd be happy to grab a few of these knives and bring them over to you and do a little show and tell, and you can play with them yourself and see which ones you like the best. And he did that a couple of times for me. And while I think that's fantastic, wife didn't think it was so fantastic. Do you realize how fucking easy it is to spend money when somebody brings the drugs directly to you? Yeah, how crazy, how crazy. All right, so this is another full circle moment for me because I have been friends with Mikkel Williamson for a number of years as well. And that friendship begun from his wild ass crazy designs that I found randomly one day on the wonderful internet. And I started buying them from any source I could get them from. Arizona Custom Knives, Blade HQ, wherever I could find them, I was getting them. And I was buying his full customs, and I couldn't get enough. And then he and I got to talking one day, communicating through, I don't know if it was through a forum or email or what, and we just kind of hit it off. And then every year we would hang out at Blade Show. We'd walk the show together and hang out and grab dinners and beers and all that kind of good stuff. And he's just a super awesome guy. But here's something you need to be aware of right now before I get into this knife. Mikkel has retired himself from making full customs. Where his dream is taking him is to designing and manufacturing at a production level. So this is one of the last of an era. This is one of his full customs. Just kind of lay that down here right now. Now imagine getting the chance to buy one of the last full custom knives that Rick Hinderer made before moving so heavy into production. Or buying one of Chris Reeves' last full custom before he decided to go off making the Sebenza. This is that opportunity with one of the most recognizable design languages in all of tactical folders. Let me give you some specs on this, and we'll talk a little bit more about Mikkel and my thoughts on this knife. Which, by the way, oh my God, this thing flips so well. All right, your overall size on this, 8¼ inches from tip to ass. Blade length is 3¼ inches on one of his uniquely designed drop points. Now, before anybody says it, you're looking at that double fuller with the holes and going, that's a little bit Todd Begg-ish. And I would agree. However, what Todd Begg does is he alternates the size of his holes. Small, large, small, large, small, large. These are all the exact same size holes all the way through. So that would be the difference. I know because I've stood there looking at stuff. I mean, breezing through my phone, looking at cool new knife shit all the time, sitting next to Todd and go, hey man, how do you feel about somebody that does this? And I don't know what knife it was, but it was just a single fuller with holes going through it. And he's like, as long as it's not the alternating holes, he goes, then I can't claim it. He goes, I'm the guy that did that. He goes, I was just taking that established look and just jazzing it up a little bit. He goes, but they've been doing holes and fullers forever, so, who am I to say anything? That's awesome. All right, you're looking at RWL 34 for your blade steel. And this is all camo carbon. So this should be lava flow if it's camo carbon. And then look at the machining back here on the lock side, man. The way he has milled out the pocket clip using a beg ball back here for the pocket clip. The way he has the steel insert for the lock and it prevents it from over travel as well. And that's what you're seeing from the backside there. I love that. Very, very cool. The random milled areas here to add a little bit more character to the overall design. And then you have his ergonomics, which are always unique. He always cants his blades down. I didn't notice that. That's cool as hell. It's like you want some holes in your pivot? Fine, there's a whole bunch of holes in your pivot. It's crazy as shit. That's cool. I like this a lot. The action is just fantastic. Really nice detent. Works great on the flip. How does it go on the flick? Oh, yeah. Yeah, that feels good. So, all this full custom, one of your last chances to be able to do it. This thing is super lightweight, by the way, because this whole front side is all done in the camo carbon, so it weighs next to nothing. Okay, that's it for this one. I really, really, really like this. But I want to show you something else damn fun. That this, by the way, is exclusive over at the Hollow Grind. And the next thing you're about to see is also a Hollow Grind exclusive. The Hollow Grind has a long-standing relationship with the Marfion family, and they sell a ton of microtechs, heretics, Marfion customs, the whole deal. And what I'm going to show you here is one of only 50 knives that were made specifically for the Hollow Grind in this special edition. If you're a geek, that should have excited you, seeing that logo right there. But let's get into this. This is the Manticore X double edge out the front automatic. All I gotta do is get this open. And you'll notice the carrier is marked Cyberdyne Systems. Cyberdyne Systems logo. This, my friends, is one of 50 of the Terminator Edition Manticore X by Heretic Knives. And this thing is a beauty. Now, this was done as an exclusive limited run only for the Hollow Grind. And that edition completely sold out. The only way you can get one is in a situation like this where it's a pre-owned model that's being offered up for sale. So this one's sitting on the website right now, and I think they have two that are for sale. Now, you can't have a Terminator-themed knife without having a Terminator-themed lanyard. So you've got it all right here. How friggin' cool is that, man? So if you decide to use it, you've got your lanyard hole right back here. You still have a glass breaker, by the way, for those that are unfamiliar with this model. Let's go ahead and give this a pull back, and you can watch the inner workings right here through that cutout window. Now, people were naturally worried when this was being discussed, and they went, yeah, man, you can't have an out-the-front knife that has an open chassis where dirt and lint and other things can get into the system. It's going to derail, and it's not going to work. It's not going to fire. It's not going to be reliable. The entire edition sold out, and there have been no warranty claims over knives malfunctioning because of that slot. Because that was the first thing I said, too. I opened this, I'm like, Dave, is there supposed to be like a clear acrylic window or something that fell out, maybe? Or is it supposed to? Sorry about that. I knocked the camera across the room just about. Anyway, I said, shouldn't there be something covering that? Is that really supposed to be open and exposed? And he says, yeah. He goes, everybody was worried about it when it was being planned. And turns out there was never anything to worry about to begin with. So how cool is that? So this is going to be all the same as any standard Manticore X. So you've got that 3.5-inch double-edged blade. You've got that aluminum body. This seems like it has a clear anodizing over that raw aluminum body that looks very bright and very crisp and, well, very Terminator-ish. They did a friggin' fantastic job. They followed a theme and didn't overdo it. You know, there isn't a whole bunch of crap just engraved all over it for no reason. Very clean, simple Cyberdyne Systems logo here. If people don't recognize the logo, they're not even going to think about what that is. And then your serial number is right back here, highlighted through the milled opening in the clip and through the milled opening in the body. I like how that clip's been set up. The whole damn thing is just so well done. Another serious temptation right here. Let me tell you that right now, boys and girls. But this is the kind of cool shit that the Hollow Grind always has in stock. They deal with some amazing custom makers, and they also deal with amazing production knives as well. They've got Rocksteads, they've got Heretics, they've got Microtechs. So many brands to choose from, so much high quality shit. Get over there, check them out, see why I've always preferred them as a dealer, and you'll have great luck as well. Dave, thank you for sending these knives out. I very, very much appreciate it. And whoever gets this, damn, you're lucky. This is really, really, really cool. I will find one at some point somewhere. I am insanely excited about getting to this one because, number one, the knife inside of this pouch is jaw-droppingly beautiful. But number two, it's another full circle moment for me with this maker, Steve Skiff. I am a huge fan of Steve's. He is an immensely talented machinist and voting member in the Knife Makers Guild. Steve first began making knives over 30 years ago now, and he can literally do everything from a basic handmade with no power tools whatsoever, all the way up to high-tech CNC and wire EDM. He can do programming, designing, operating of the CNC, all that good stuff to create the full package. So machinist, programmer, knife maker can do everything. And his son, Stephen Jr., is actually who brought him into this golden age of knife making, because he was already using CNC to build cool stuff. So he sat down with his dad and said, you know what, we can co-opt this business and we can make it help the knife business and do cool things that nobody's going to expect. And that's exactly what they did. Now, when I first experienced a Skiff-made blade, it was purely by accident running around one of the Atlanta blade shows. Or was it Atlanta? No, it was a smaller show. I apologize. And I came across this little knife. It looked like it should have been a baby Sebenza. It was so cool. And I flicked it, and I flipped it, and I played with it, and I went, oh, I have to have this. And I bought it on the spot, not having heard of Steve Skiff before. And it became one of my favorite knives instantly. It was super simple, but it was absolutely gorgeous. And it was so well made. And then moving on through different models, I have watched Steve and Stephen, his son, him and his son both grow exponentially in the way that they're programming to get the designs that they're getting. The insanely tight tolerances to which each and every knife is built, to the finest finishes. This hand rub satin finish on here is nothing short of breathtaking. And it's the same level of fit and finish that you would expect on a $3,000 or $4,000 custom. This is a custom. It is not $3,000 or $4,000. Matter of fact, I still think that their prices are a little bit on the low side for what you're actually getting. Let's talk about this spec-wise very quickly. You're looking at an overall length of 7.33 inches with a blade length of only 3¼ inches. The Asylum is using various steels, I believe, but for this particular knife, it is going to be in Elmax. Blade stock thickness is 150 thou. Everything else you see is all titanium. The weight on this is 3.84 ounces. Nice and lightweight because you've got a smaller knife here. I mean, it's a 3¼ inch blade. Nice and small. Your closed length, 4.3 inches in the pocket. Beautiful sheep's foot blade. A really aggressive top swedge. His custom pivots, the pivot collars he does, and then again going into this beautiful millwork. And the finishing that's been done all the way around. It's a remarkable knife. And I was so pleased when I had reviewed the second knife that I had gotten. And that was the Accomplice, by the way. And that video took off right away. People saw that thumbnail and went, that's a beautiful ass knife. I need to learn more about it. Because that's the way it used to be for knife reviews. You didn't have to satisfy the friggin' algorithm and make everything a stupid clickbait kind of friggin' thumbnail. It's annoying as shit. Or make your subject super vague. Well, your title should ask a question that draws people in. No, I think my title should be what fucking thing I'm reviewing in case that's what they're interested in. But thank you for your input, YouTube. Anyway, I'm not bitter. I'm not bitter at all. So it became a really popular video right away. And then the day after it uploaded, Steve gave me a call. I was heading out somewhere. I had the family in the car and I'm like, hey, what's going on? He's like, I cannot believe the response to your video. He goes, I keep getting message after message after message. He says, all these years, I've fallen back on, a full-time job to maintain the security for my family because, hey, he's a responsible husband and father. He says, I'm thinking with this kind of response, if people really love my work this much, I want to get through these orders and get them in people's hands. He goes, I think maybe it might be time for me to go full-time. And making that leap to a full-time knife maker is scary as hell. Because you're just betting on yourself at that point. And you're hoping that the social media overlords don't castrate you. They do. They will. And that was back, I want to say close to 10 years ago. And it's been smooth sailing ever since. Steve has only gotten more and more and more popular. Not only for the amazing knives and the insanity of his fan club that just absolutely love his work, but him and his son launched Skiff bearings for the public, and they've converted so many knives to smoother and faster actions with their precision ceramic bearing system. It's almost like some people feel that no knife is good enough until they put skiff bearings in it. Here's something funny. You guys know my very good friends over at Devo Knives, and I'm going to be showing you another Devo here in a moment, the saloon here. Well, Kevin, co-owner of Devo Knives, okay, so pay attention, owns his own knife brand. When his knives arrive, like his prototypes, and whatever he has is going to be a keeper, he takes the friggin' thing apart and puts skiff bearings in it. He does that with almost every knife in his collection, including his own Devo knives, because he likes the feeling of the skiff bearings so much more. Look at that beautiful, beautiful blue that he's chosen for the anodizing. He called it seafoam on the paperwork. Seafoam blue up against all that machine titanium. It looks so damn good. And the texture on this, it looks like a beautiful fine feather, but the texture really locks this into your hand. And one thing I didn't notice, he's got a really, really nice finger choil here. It doesn't let you get cut up on the heel of the edge of the blade. And look at his finishes here. So the whole outer perimeter of the titanium frame is a smooth, blasted finish. I would say probably zero blasted because it is really, really fine. And then all this raw machine finish here on the sides. And then look at your blade. You have what must be a 1600 grit polished flat, and then probably a 12 to 1500 grit hand rub satin on all four of the bevels. Yet on the outer perimeter, and even up here in the finger choil, is that beautiful matte finish again. So you're getting all these wonderful different finishes of steel that just bounce and play in the light. And that, honestly, is what makes the Skiff knives, in my opinion, so damn incredible. Because that final finish is done so incredibly. It is a good work knife. It is a good carry knife, EDC knife, but it can also be a damn impressive piece of pocket jewelry. Oh, you saw that logo and you got excited too, didn't you? We're going to take a look at the Kenison Knives Bull Terrier Mac in camo carbon. So, who exactly is Stephen Allison Kenison? I have no idea. Bud Kenison? Doesn't ring a bell. But I bet you thought that the knife maker behind Kenison Knives was named Kenison, didn't you? Plot twist, motherfucker. Kenison Knives is a premier custom knife making brand based in the Texas Hill Country. Founded and led by Brian Montalvo, the company was actually named after two of Brian's dogs, a combination of both of their names. So if you're looking for a Bobby Kenison, he don't exist. As a former product designer, Brian taught himself to craft complex frame lock folders and quickly turned this gig into a full-time operation. He was inspired by multiple hound dog breeds. Popular models include the award-winning Blue Tick, which won Best Machine Custom at Blade Show in Texas in 2023. The Stray, the Alpha, Bloodhound, Whippet, and Bull Terrier. Each knife is meticulously handmade, hand ground, hand sharpened, to give you a unique experience from knife to knife. Look at the grinds on this friggin' blade, man. Look at that. The high satin finishing, the hand rub satin flats, the belt satin on the hollow ground main bevel. almost polished flat grind here up at the tip, then back to the belt satin here for the top swedge. As it drops down and meets that tip, that is sexy as all hell. What you're looking at here is an overall length of 7.5 inches, a blade length of 3.25 inches in 20 CV. This is what I like to call a low belly tanto. So you've got an Americanized tanto with that truncated tip, and you've got a good amount of belly. There is no straight edge here on the primary grind. That is a really, really nice belly. And then it drops down severely. The tip is even with the pivot, which is one of my favorite things. I like for a lot of my blade profiles to have my blade tip at or just below the pivot for using that tip for slicing open boxes and things of that nature. So for me, this is set up perfectly. Now, it's an interesting set of finishes here. What you've got is a full titanium frame, titanium pocket clip, titanium hardware, titanium pivot hardware, the works. The camo carbon inlay is done beautifully, feels really nice in there. The titanium finish is all stonewash. And what it looks like to me, because of how uniform everything is, it looks like it may have been bead blasted and then stonewashed. And then you have the rawness of that blade. The bronze accents in the pivot collars, and the backspacer. All of that to give you just a little extra pop. And I think the copper accents really work well. Now, I have been an admirer of Brian's for a number of years, and once again, this is going to come down to a personal thing for me. I have always wanted to review one of his knives, and we've talked about it a few times over the years. He never has anything available for me to do a quick review on. Never has anything available to just order. This machine series is such a breath of fresh air because now so many people can put a Kenison knife in their pocket, even if they think the guy that made it's Joey fucking Kenison. But they still get to have this badass design in their pocket and affordably. Well, okay, I don't want to say affordably. Affordable for many knife collectors. People that aren't knife collectors don't even know knives cost this much. But these are about $1,100. It is not cheap. But to get one of Brian's designs in your pocket, I think it's worth it. What a damn sexy little knife this is. And it spreads out nice and long, so it actually feels bigger than it actually is. And before we go, I think it's important to mention that another thing that I really respect about Brian is his personable nature. He will always grab a hold of you at a show, give you a hug, give you a big handshake, bring you behind the table, show you all the cool stuff that he's working on. He's just one of those guys that loves the atmosphere, loves the community, absolutely loves to give back. And a lot of people would prefer to support someone like that than a nameless, faceless corporate person at some big brand. When you're dealing with Kenison knives, sure, you're dealing with a brand, but you're dealing with Brian. You are dealing with the man that's come up with all of this and worked hard to make it happen as it sits here right there. It's time to move away from this into something different. Let's see where we land. If you were to just randomly walk up to me and ask, Jim, what is your number one favorite dagger that you have ever handled? And I would tell you that's easy. It's a 100% sharp by design, Brian Nadeau, custom arch nemesis. Period. Hands down. As a matter of fact, I even owned one of his prototypes because I fell in love with it from the second I touched it. And it was a buddy of mine showing it to me out of his collection, and I had to have it. And I honestly, I forgot what I traded for it, but it was something pretty special. And luckily, that was something that he was very interested in, and I was able to get it. Unfortunately, very soon after that, I had to make major investments into my business at the time. And my arch nemesis prototype was one of several knives that had to go to properly fund the business growth and buy grinders and all that kind of good stuff. So for a number of years, I have regretted letting that go. And I'm about to show you why right here, because in this pouch is a freshly made arch nemesis that Brian was kind enough to send out here to me. He only does these in small batches every now and then. He brings some to shows. And other than that, all you can do is dream. Look at this. Look at the perfection, the symmetry, the absolute majesty of the decoration. This whole Art Deco theme, I'm madly in love with. And I've seen him take this and go crazier and do like anodizing with gold and blue and all kinds of cool stuff. I kind of like it in the naked titanium personally. His action, beyond breathtaking. He is on that level that we very rarely get a chance to talk about. That Todd Begg, Ron Best level. Who else am I thinking of? What R.J. Martin used to be, where Patrick Martin is today. Different Martins, not related. He has a specifically tuned detent that's sharp, but not heavy. And this you really only feel in the most expensive knives in the world. And I'm talking tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of dollars for individual knives. That's the level of detent that he has in this knife. And it blows my mind. This is what should really be considered a grail. They're very, very, very difficult to get your hands on because of scarcity. Also because of the prohibitive cost. This is a couple grand. And there is absolutely not a single thing I would change about the design of this knife. They are that perfect. I can always find something that I'd like to see a little bit different. Not so the case here. It's just friggin' sexy as hell. Now, I got a little bit nervous handling this one because this is already sold. This is already sold to a customer. The customer agreed to let me finger bang it a little bit for my last hurrah video here. So this is not just about the knife makers, guys. It's also about some damn awesome collectors out there who said, yeah, you know what? If Jim's doing a video and wants to include the knife that's actually mine, sure, let him do it. And I've got the Revo Customs coming up in a little bit. That was a fresh build, had already gone to the new owner. And Jason talked to the owner and said, hey, this is one that Jim really liked and one that I really enjoyed making. Would it be okay if he borrowed yours to showcase? And the dude sent it in. Super awesome. I couldn't be more grateful. Let's talk about this very quickly before we move on, because we do have to move on, unfortunately. I could spend the entire rest of the video on this knife, but I can't. Overall length, and I'm going to be very general here because these are all individual customs and they have fluctuated a tiny little bit in their sizes over the years. Your overall length is anywhere between 9.5 and 9 3/4 inches open. Blade length between 4.2 and 4.3 inches, generally listed at 4 1/4 inches. The cutting edge is a full 4 inches. And those are 2 live grinds, 4 live bevels, 2 live grinds. You will get cut on both sides of this blade. Beautifully hollow ground. And as mentioned before, everything else is titanium. Everything is designed and then custom milled by Brian himself. He doesn't have a team of people working in his shop. Everything is very, very tightly controlled by him. And it should be, because that dude is a perfectionist. I like Brian's work a lot. I've always had a great amount of respect for it. And the reason why I so much wanted to have something of his in this video is because aside from the one arch nemesis that I own, I've never had the opportunity to review any of his knives and to handle some of his other knives. And that's going to get taken care of right now, because as I move away from the arch nemesis here, and this is COA card for that. Oh, he did this one in M390. I almost said that, but I didn't want to put it out there unless I knew I was 100% correct. Unlock, and you always use the opposing flipper. Don't touch that side because that is sharp as shit. And there you go. Anyway, it was important to do this so that I could get straight over and handle a knife of his that I have never handled. He was kind enough to send this along with the arch nemesis. This is the mini chicane, and it's kind of awesome. Now, let's not get any of this confused. This is a full-on production knife. Having a hard time getting the lighting just right all of a sudden. Okay. This bad little boy right here exhibits something I never would have ever expected. And when I first pulled this out of the box and flipped it, I was stunned. Listen to this. That is that detent feeling that I was telling you about on that multi-$1,000 arch nemesis. This, on the production mini chicane, he has somehow gotten them to tune the detent where it's a light to medium detent and crisp, and it's like a very tiny glass rod breaking. You don't need to put a whole bunch of strength into your finger to flip it. It just goes. And it's a wonderful feeling. This is what a $3,000 full custom knife looked and felt like in 2012, 2013. Now you can spend $400-ish and get knives that perform like this, that feel like this, that look like this, and that's nutty. Let's talk about this one in specific, you're looking at 7.6 inches in overall length with a blade length of only 3.31. And it is a beautiful trailing point Persian, beautiful upswept blade. The whole knife has this wonderful organic shape to it that I love. Your blade is 1 inch high. The thickness of the blade stock is 125 thousandths, and this is done in Magna Cut. Flat ground primary bevels, and it looks like, yes, flat ground swedges up at that harpoon and the Persian. And then we have this. The integration of the carbon into the blackened titanium. It's actually a blackwash titanium. It's so well done, you almost can't tell that there's an inlay there. And they did it on the back as well, and that is serving as a lock bar over travel prevention, which is wonderful. So it's almost like a bolster lock back here. And let me tell you something, for a narrow, thin, easily concealable knife like this, it looks and feels mean as shit. So if you're looking for one of these, it's the Sharp by Design Mini Chicane. And you might actually find one on the secondary market out there. These have been very, very popular. All right, let's move on. Let's get to something completely different than this. As I've said many times in the past, one of my absolute top favorite brands as far as production knives goes is Devo Knives. Devo has worked hard to produce some of the most interesting designs that I've seen in the past couple of years. They strive to keep their stuff unique, different than everything else that's dropping every other friggin' week, and keep them super affordable. Now that's because the brand is owned by two guys like us. They're knife collectors, they're EDC collectors. They carry every single day. They use their stuff. And they have a value that they put on everything they own, whether it's for collectible value or usability practicality. The Saloon is just the newest of their awesome lineup of knives, dating all the way back to the Stout, which I do believe was 2023 when that first came out. This has entirely different packaging. Look at the money they spent on the packaging, man. Look how cool this is. The Devo gang. Back here's some important things to note. This variation has the belt satin S90V blade and the bead blasted titanium with purple camo inlay. This is what Kevin likes to call the purple nurple. Here is your very soft suede-like optical quality cloth. Here is your paperclip pocket clip should you decide to go that route instead of being a man and using the sculpted titanium clip that's on the knife already. Let's get all this out of here. Now, Jim, why is this in a separate section? Why isn't this in there with the Growler XL? Because this, my friends, was a surprise. I didn't know this was coming. I assumed that the Growler XL was going to be the very last Devo I was going to have the opportunity to review. And honestly, it made me kind of sad because I really love all of Kevin Collins' work. Like I said, every knife just keeps getting better than the last. Here, you've got a really unique size. This is about a 3-inch blade at 110 thou thick. The whole thing weighs 3.8 ounces. It's a wonderful, small-sized EDC knife. Think if you wanted to go just a little bit bigger than a small Sebenza, but you don't want to go up into a large Sebenza, this is really a good way to go. I like that size a lot. Now, is the model itself a successor to the Sebenza? No, I'm not saying that. You're looking at a knife that costs about a third of what a Sebenza these days costs. And it's a bit fancier in some ways. I love the micro mill pattern up here at the top of the frame. Then you've got, of course, the inlay, beautiful purple carbon inlay. Then you've got the purple for the pivot collars. There is your inset liner lock. Your method of deployment on this is simply the blade window. So whether you want to slow roll it with your thumb, you want to flick it with your thumb, or you want to flip it with your finger, you have those options. No flipper tab, no front flipper, though I'm guessing if you're talented enough, you could probably front flip it too. Nice, super smooth action. Even for that crazy lightweight blade, you can still get it to drop under gravity. You're looking at ceramic bearings, of course, as you should be. I like the belt satin finish on this as well. Really shows off how sexy that blade is. 6.98 inches overall, and if I didn't say it already, this is the most important thing for you to realize. This will debut live. It will drop live on January 8th. And as always, the top two favorite colors are going to sell out to completion within minutes. And then usually a third and fourth will follow within an hour or two. And then next thing you know, by the afternoon, they're 100% sold out. So you cannot delay. You cannot wait. If this little guy is what you're looking for, then you're going to want to be there as soon as they're uploaded. Keep an eye on the Devo Knives Instagram. They will definitely be spamming their followers with the drop information. I'll also probably be reposting on my stories. So if you're following my Instagram, then you'll know. Look at that. Look how gorgeous that is. Look at the belly to the blade. And that beautiful tip right there in line with the center of the pivot. Nice neutral ergonomics. Easy to choke up on. This one I like a hell of a lot. And this is going to, I don't know the price, but it's going to be in that under $300 price range, I believe, which is what Devo does so well. Anyway, that's it. That's the last I can talk about Devo, and that makes me sad. I wish you guys continued success. Kevin, Colin, you guys are awesome people. I consider both of you friends, even though Kevin's so friggin' weird. I think you guys are great, and I'm so in love with the brand. I'm in love with all the choices that you're making. Practical, good choices, making practical, good quality knives at really, really attractive prices. What's not to love? All right, out of here on the Devo. Let's move on. Man, it has been a shit long time since I've had the opportunity to bring out a custom Les Voorhees for you guys to see. And I'm very glad to be able to do that here. Again, another great full circle moment for me. I've been a fan of Les's ever since I got into custom knives. So right around 2009, 2010, when I fell face first into that mud puddle of custom knives. Oh God, the money that it's cost me. Ever since then, I have been a fan of Les's work. And he's one of those makers that you can't pigeonhole. He doesn't just make one type of knife. And that's going to be well exhibited here on this baby hognose, because even this, within this model, he's been doing a lot of different flavors. And what he did for this was kind of go back in time a little bit to a day when we saw makers using a lot of exotic woods inlaid or onlaid or scaled to their titanium frame locks and liner locks. This baby hognose was just made December 21st of 2025. Barely got here in time to do this video, but I'm so thankful. Les is a great guy. I've had a chance to be friendly with him for a number of years now, and he's just one of those guys that you enjoy hearing his opinion when he chooses to give it. He's a smart guy, he's a rational guy, and what a talented knife maker. Now, the baby hognoses that he's been making have been pretty slim, full titanium. Here, he went on a wild departure. And this is very much the kind of custom that you would have seen a little over 20 years ago. Late 90s, early 2000s, doing the ebony and spalted curly maple like this. Perfectly matched inlays. I mean, there's almost no way to tell that that's not one material when you're feeling over it. It feels really nice. It's chunkier than I expected, because I expected this to just be a standard baby hognose. So it was just, I thought it was just going to be titanium front and back. And I was wonderfully surprised when Les chose to send this one in, because I was watching the build progression as he was doing the work in progress pictures on both Instagram and Facebook. I was like, man, that's cool. I love what he's doing around the pivot, that extra little inlay. What a pain in the ass that's going to be to clean up and make look good. And yeah, I'm sure it was a pain in the ass. Not a lot of guys have the balls in this tactical knife sector to put wood on their knives. And I'm really glad that he chose to do it, because it really takes me back to a time where this was a little bit more common, and it showed the progression as knife makers were embracing new styles of knives. They were going from outdoorsman style fixed blades, maybe some buoys for camping knives, maybe some survival knives of some sort, or maybe even some small tactical knives. And they were taking the materials being used over into this new world of the tactical frame locks, the tactical folders, the tactical flippers. So you would see some of the old timers. I'm not calling Les an old timer. He's 3 days older than dirt, but I'm not calling him an old timer. But you would see the old timers coming out and doing what they've always done so well on their fixed blades and applying it to the folders. And some things made the translation and some things didn't. Now, wood fell out of favor very, very quickly, mostly because of it being consumer driven. The consumer wanted all the buzzwords. We wanted titanium because that was high tech. That was something that was new to us, that the government had kept a big secret for so many years. And now we've, in the private sector, finally had access to it. Okay, so cool, we'll have knives made of titanium. The makers, of course, were probably excited to start working with new materials and get a completely different look and feel out of their knives, going into a lightweight titanium folder that could be slim and easily pocketed. This thicker, chunkier handle This wood inlaid into wood, scaled over the titanium frame. All of this is so old school and something that I personally love. And if there was any way possible, there is no way that this would be going back to Les. But it is, Les is going to have this available. So if you like the looks of this bad boy, then you might want to hit him up. Now, the baby hognose, as the name implies, is a little bit smaller than a regular hognose. You're looking just over a 3.5-inch blade. I think it's got about a 3.5-inch cutting edge to it. It's about 8 inches overall. Again, nice, big, fat, sturdy, overbuilt frame. That feels really, really good in the hand. Only the most minor of hot spots coming off the duckbill for the pocket clip. You do feel it if you really, really bear down on it. You'll feel it a little bit, but it's not sharp at all. The lock disengages with the greatest ease, and the action is ridiculously smooth and fast. I will say this, though, if you're a fan of a very sharp detent that rockets the blade out, that's not what this is. This is a little bit of a lazier flipper. The detent is good enough to hold the blade in, which is what it's supposed to do, but it's not there giving a ton of resistance for a, let's say, an R.J. Martin-like experience. This is a different type of knife. It's a little bit of a slower going, more laid-back knife, so I think it kind of fits. And if you're wondering, the whole name Baby Hognose, does that come from the snakes? Yes. Les is a breeder of certain snakes. He loves the hognose snakes. I think he breeds 3 or 4 different breeds of snake. So a lot of times when you go to his Facebook, you don't know if you're going to be getting information on knives or hatchlings. And will he ship a hatchling with a knife? I don't know. That could be something. Maybe you'll be the first customer in history to have a knife maker custom make him a knife and custom breed him some kind of crazy cool hognose morph. Or you could have your baby hognose in materials to match the look of possibly a snake that you're looking at getting. That'd be pretty cool too. Well, shit, now I got all kinds of new ideas. I don't need any more ideas. I don't need to cost myself any more money. I'm already going into this year kind of upside down with all the crazy stuff that's been available lately. Oh my God. All right, let's take this and move on out of here. Les, thank you so much. I really appreciate you sending this in, trusting me with this beautiful knife. And I hope that the customer that purchases it feels even half the amount of lust that I do over it, because it really is gorgeous and wonderfully unique. Very, very, very well done. Love the details on this, the blackened titanium all the way around. The ebony, which is perfectly polished. It's not overdone, it's not over glossy and over dressy, but it's nice and clean. And you see some of the wood grain coming through the ebony, which a lot of times you don't see because it just looks black. This was really beautifully done. Masterful work from a master. Congratulations to whoever gets that. That thing is so damn cool. All right, let's move on into the next segment. Before we get too far along, I don't want to forget to give a huge shout out and thank you to Mr. Rick Barnett, who sent this knife in so that I was able to show this during my grand hurrah here. And the reason being is I have been a friend and fan of Jason Overall at Larevo Knives for so damn long. He's built me a couple of knives. I've had a couple to showcase here on the channel, and I've really enjoyed watching him grow. And over the past year, he has exploded with crazy, crazy builds. And he was going to build something specific for this showing. But as we were talking, I said, well, is it going to look anything like that griffin that you just finished? And I sent him over a picture of this one. And he says, well, no, that one's sold and done and shipped and gone to the client at this point, but I can check to see if maybe he will let you borrow it. And I'm like, that would be great. I don't know who the buyer was. I don't know if they know who I am, if, they're going to trust some random stranger on the internet. But his Instagram is right here. Please do give him a follow and show him your appreciation for being so damn cool about this. Now, let's get into the knife and see why I'm almost turning into a babbling idiot here. This thing is nothing short of breathtaking. This is my favorite model that Jason makes in an unbelievably gorgeous combination of materials. Looking at feathered Damascus for the blade and the bolsters, mammoth ivory for the scales, as well as the back spacer, blue anodized titanium liners, and the pocket clip is also done in this high contrast etch feathered Damascus. I need to see who makes this. Adam DeVille feathered Damascus. So, no, I am unfamiliar with Adam DeVille. I apologize. But there are not a lot of Damascus makers that sell billets making feathered Damascus. Feather is just about my favorite style of Damascus, but it's very hard to get right. And very few Damascus makers have offered it. Now, most people that make Damascus have made feathered Damascus because maybe they're using it for their own sole authorship knives. But I'm talking about the guys that have a business of making and selling billets to other knife makers. Not a lot do that in feather, and I think that's gorgeous. Now look at the mammoth scales. These are some of the prettiest ones I've seen. A lot of times you get that really nasty antique yellow in there. These are almost pure white with a little bit of the signature blue coming through around the rings. This thing really is just friggin' gorgeous. Get this out of the way. The action, by the way, fan-friggin-tastic. Nice and fast. It's a light to medium detent. I can't reliably use, I don't know what you would call that. So you got a little hole and then a bevel going down into it, but it's certainly not a fuller. But there's nothing for me to grab onto there. So it's a flipper only for me, which is perfectly fine. I love that. I love how he shapes his tangs going up and around to match the bolsters. Just gorgeous. Man, I wish you guys could feel this and feel the action, because it really is something else. And the etch is so deep on this Damascus that you can feel that feather pattern. It's not just a visual. You definitely feel it. It was in that acid for a good long time, and it feels like it's had multiple baths. If I had to guess, I would say that this has gone through probably 3 cycles of acid etching, then polishing, etching again, polishing, etching again, and polishing. I don't believe this was a single acid bath that created that contrast and created that topography. I can't get enough of this. I think that is absolutely mind-blowingly beautiful. And the blue, by the way, as subtle as that blue is, it sets everything off perfectly. That's a sexy ass knife. Jason, thank you so much for wanting to become involved in this. I owe you big time. Thank you, thank you. And to Rick, who was kind enough to send this in from his collection after just having received it. Hasn't even gotten out of his honeymoon phase yet. That's a serious big thing. Thank you very much, dude. I very much appreciate it. And I will definitely be throwing you a follow on Instagram because I want to see all the other cool shit you've got because you clearly have some pretty good fucking taste. All right, let's move on and go in a wildly different direction. One I've been waiting all these hours to show you. For many of you, this was the reason why you were tuning in to watch this video. For some of you, you have no clue why this is special. I'm here to satisfy everybody all at once. Normally, when we see the name Winterblade, it's on a fairly small knife like this. So why on earth do I have a giant pistol case in front of me? Okay, first off, if Brian Winters ever designed a pistol, I am first in line because that wizard would come up with the craziest shit and he would make it work and it would become the most awesome thing ever. But at least we have him in the knife community and we should be excited enough about that. Inside of this special box right here is a prototype. This is a knife that Brian and I have been talking about for years. He has been so excited about coming up with this idea and about finally getting somebody as a manufacturing partner that can do it justice. And I told him, I said, the day that you make this knife, this is going to change everything. Now, he was already doing lots of cool shit. I can't get enough of the Factor. This is the B4, the fourth generation of the Factor. The magnetic wonder knife. No springs, no detents, just magnets. So then when he decided it's time to do some automatic knives, he wanted to do something different. The M-Fire is still one of my favorite side-opening automatic knives. It's wonderfully unique. It's a great little package. It's a great size. And again, it does something just a little bit different than everybody else. Now, first, I can choose to fire it with the switch and then unlock it with the switch. Or I can go full manual if I want to. But there's one thing a side opening automatic never does. It never closes itself. Until now. The Grey Walker is a double action side opening automatic. And that's friggin' insane. Now, the first thing that you're going to think of, I'm sure, by the way, look how cool these patches are. Thank you, Brian. The first thing that runs through your mind is, why? Because. And that's the only reason Brian needs to do anything. To prove that it can be done. The second thing people are going to think is, all right, so now I've got a knife that is shooting a blade out fast, but it's also going to retract it fast. What if my finger's in the way? Well, I'm not going to demo this with my finger because I'm on blood thinners. Don't feel like going to the hospital. However, the cut that you would sustain from this really wouldn't be all that bad. So let's get it open. Now, that's just a regular old piece of paper. It didn't even want to cut it. So yes, what will happen is you will get a nick that can draw blood. And by the way, you just saw the fact that you can jam this up just like a double action out the front. And if you've got the switch in one direction and you force the blade in that direction, it gets back on track and works just like it did before. So what you're looking at here is just under a 3.5 inch blade, but it's a big overall size of about 8.25 inches. This is not a tiny knife by any stretch. It is big, and it's a little bit hefty too. So the frame appears to be aluminum, and then the whole back side of the frame here is carbon fiber. And then you have a zircotie pocket clip, which has been anodized in purple. There's the carbon fiber backside with the fucking crop circles. I love the crop circles. How cool is that? Because look at this Grey Walker. What do we call the aliens? The big head aliens. We call them the Greys. And if you've watched any of Skywalker Ranch, then you know just how creepy some of this stuff can really be. So to have all that together, the Grey Walker all in one, you've got a super sci-fi knife that defies logic. Now, here's something cool. When these become available, which is probably a good year from now, Brian is going to supply them with directions where you will be able to modify this switch, where you can have a completely manual knife, where you can manually open it and manually close it, or you can auto open it and manually close it, or you can manually open it and auto close it. You're going to have 4 different modes. And I think I named off all 4 right there. Maybe. I don't know. But let's talk about this as a practical knife. Okay, it looks cool. It looks sci-fi, right? It looks wicked. It looks awesome. I don't have room out here for all of my winter blades. So I just picked these 2 because they're the most relevant to this. Because this Grey Walker has a large factor blade. It's not as big as the Factor 8. And then it has a similar side opening automatic system to the M-Fire. So it's like these 2 had a weird, I don't know what my proper pronouns are and which bathroom to use kind of relationship, and they bore this abomination. Right, I got derailed real fast. Okay, this may not be the most practical knife you ever own. I'm not going to lie to you and say this is going to replace every knife you own. Matter of fact, for most people, automatic knives don't fill that role for them anyway. A lot of people choose not to carry an automatic knife as an EDC, and that's fine. That's your prerogative. But if you like a side opening automatic and you want something different just because you want something wildly different, if you want to hand your knife to a buddy and make him go, holy shit, what is that? I didn't know something like that existed. You don't get to hear that very often. This is that knife that'll do it. And when he was developing the Grey Walker and the Dark Saber he was developing a little bit later, or he had gotten closer to a product development version sooner. I don't know which. I had a hard time deciding which is my favorite. A double action out the side or an electronic out the front. And that was a tough decision in my mind because they're both friggin' cool as hell. But I've always been kind of ride or die with the Grey Walker. I used to just send messages to Brian, just random out of the blue, going, Grey Walker, make the fucking Grey Walker. Hurry up with the damn Grey Walker. So he knew what the perfect choice for this show was going to be. There really couldn't have been any substitute for the Grey Walker. And I am beyond excited. Absolutely beyond excited. Because this is a knife that even when they become made available, they're going to be super rare. It's not like he's going to make thousands of these things. But this one being a prototype of only 3 prototypes as far as I know that exist. I think he said 3. That makes it just a little bit cooler. To know that Brian has had this rattling around in his head for years, desperately wanting to get it out there for people to experience. This thing truly is crazy. And I can't give you much more than that, unfortunately, because I am not opening it up. I am not running the risk of having to ship it back to Brian and go, Brian, can you put the knife back together for me because I'm stupid? Because that's the kind of message I'd have to send along with it. Because I'll never figure out how to get all that back together. But if you get one, good luck on that. Have fun doing that. I don't think we're going to see a lot of people doing that. How would you guys like a little sneak peek? Earlier when I showed you that really super sick Reich Knife Viper 3, I was talking to you about a design that I have coming out in 2026 called the Trimaxion. And I was talking about how that really unique blade grind I had actually chosen to do in my handles and leave the blade kind of a basic grind because I thought it might be a little bit too much. And then, damn, when I saw that grind in person, because it only ever been in my head, I was like, oh, maybe I should have done it, but maybe it would have been too busy. To have all of this going on in the blade as well, I think it might be a little bit too much. So I'm pretty happy with how these turned out. So these are the first 3 prototypes. One big thing was they wanted to showcase to me what their black finish was going to be like. And guys, this is a midnight black. This is as black gets. Looks really, really good. It's got a little bit of a sheen to it, so it doesn't hide the lines, but it's not reflective. It's really interesting. And there is the raised triangle pivot, centerpiece for this particular design. Now, I know I'm going to get a whole bunch of questions because of showing this now. I'm not going to tell you who the OEM is yet because I'm more or less introducing the world to them. So this is going to be kind of a shocking thing for them because people are all of a sudden going to go, oh, look what they're able to do. This is not a factory that I believe anybody has ever heard of. At least I hope not, because I really am trying to do something a little bit different here. I'm also shooting for a lower price point than what my designs typically fetch, because I really want to do this in a way where as many people as possible that are attracted to this look can get this in their collection. I don't want this to be a cost-prohibitive knife. I don't want this to be a goal knife. I don't want this to be the kind of knife where you have to save up for 3 months so that you can justify getting it without your wife kicking your ass. We'll see how that turns out. I'm going to have very little control over the pricing, unfortunately. And what I'm going to be doing this time around, the consideration is pre-order. And I've never done pre-order before. So at that point, I don't want to be involved in the distribution, whether it's a live drop or if it's a pre-order. So I have already talked with them about that. If it's pre-order, most likely the pre-orders will go through my website and maybe a couple of dealers. And you'll be able to see all the different variations. I'm not going overboard. For those of you that bought into the Caladan, I'm so happy that you did. But I wanted to put so many different variations out there against my better judgment, knowing that there was a few of them I made way too many. And others made far too few. So I want to avoid that issue this time around. It's going to be only a handful of choice selections. The black and gold is absolutely for certain going to be one of them. And I kind of like the idea of just having the pivot in gold and not following through with the backspacer. Now you'll notice the backspacer is being done a little bit different than you would typically see. What you've got is a backspacer that stops right here and then comes around and leaves an opening for a lanyard post at the rear. Hope you guys like that idea. I thought it was kind of nice. So there's going to be a few gray options where you have a more or less basic stock, non-anodized handle, just regular gray titanium. And there'll probably be one or two different blade finishes. Probably this standard belt satin, because these are a nice cost-effective way of bringing the knife out. Or maybe a stonewash configuration. There's going to be one that's completely all pure black. I know that. Nothing and no other colors, no nothing. Like even my logo and everything will be blacked out. It'll be all black on black on black. So I think that'll be cool. And I was really worried because the black was something I really wanted in this series. But I was really worried if we went too much of a pitch black that you wouldn't be able to see the lines here. And boy, I could not have been more wrong. The light just dives in there and bounces off of all of the contouring. It's really beautifully done. This is really nice. So one of the big things for me was being able to move this brand into higher end manufacturing than they had done before. And it looks like machining wise, they've hit that mark. The locks are set very well. The pivots are nice and secure. There's no up and down play in the blade play. There's no side to side blade play. There's nothing. The assembly is fan-friggin-tastic. I'm going to do some edge testing over the next couple of weeks. I want to test the heat treat and see how well it's holding up over long-term cutting. And I want to see how this pocket clip is going to work for pocket carry. And what I'm thinking is either we're going to have to shorten it up a little bit or lengthen it. Because I really don't like having the ramp for the pocket clip going down into the lock bar relief cut. It's a recipe for disaster for your poor jeans pockets. That's how they get shredded up the fastest. And now that I'm thinking of it, the jimping on the flipper tab needs to be sharper. Not the kind that cuts you, but something that at least grabs you a little bit. This doesn't grab you at all. And with having that weak detent, it makes it feel a little bit lazy when it's trying to flip out. There we go. See, we should never have, I should be able to put this straight up and down, and gravity or not, it should flip all the way to full lock. So, a couple little adjustments to be made there. And I'm also thinking, and tell me what you guys think, doing an all bead blasted version like this, and then we go back over the high spots here and do a nice hand rub satin. One direction satin, very, very high luster, and that would leave all of this down here all bead blasted. That would be a nice hand rub satin. And then maybe do satin around the outer perimeters to kind of match it up. It'd be something that's nice and it's subtle, but it does take time and it does cost money, so we'll see if the budget can bear it. All right, that's it for the sneak peek into 2026. Let's now get into... I know where I'm going to go. This was a surprise I had not mentioned to anyone. I'm very, very excited to bring this out, and I want to give a big, huge thank you to my very good friend, Dirk Werning. And if you're not subscribed to Dirk, you need to go rectify that shit. Go subscribe to his channel. Love the guy. He's been a good friend of mine for a number of years. Huge amount of respect for him as an individual and also in what he does, the way that he presents his reviews. Always straightforward, always honest. No shilling there whatsoever. He has sent me a special box that we discussed, and he was the only guy that could make this happen for me, and I appreciate him for that. Let's see what he done did. And what I see here is a note and 1, 2, 3, 4 zippered cases. Okay, so Dirk did it to me again. That's the kind of guy he is. A wonderfully generous guy. Let me check and see real quick what I'm supposed to be doing with these. Okay, so the knife that I'm expecting is in here, and he says he threw in a few extras just in case maybe I wanted to showcase them. And I haven't seen what they are yet. I am going to... How does that feel? Okay, that feels heavier. That feels like it. Oh, that feels beefier. That feels like it. That does not feel like it. Okay, so... I just want to make sure there was nothing extra special down there like Dirk's Rogaine or something. All right. I'm going to assume that the knife that I'm expecting is in here. So you would not believe how difficult it was to string this show together on such short notice. What I basically did was I reached out to friends with only about 2 weeks' notice. And that's my bad for deciding far too late what I wanted to do here. I wish I would have realized what I wanted to do back in maybe August or September. Had I done that, I could have given everybody a few months. There was a number of makers who got super excited. They're like, absolutely, let's do this. I'm going to build something special just for you, and you can showcase that. And nobody's ever seen it before, and, you know, we'll custom pimpify it to you and this and that. And God love them, they're awesome. But they were not able to get stuff done in time. There were a couple of guys that I had listed on posts saying, hey, there's going to be knives by them, and they just couldn't get them done in time. And I'm so sorry, guys. I'm talking about the Grimsmo brothers, and Eric felt really, really, really bad. Because again, that was another great full circle moment. I go back with them, they go back with me, and we had some really good times with some videos that I did here. And they were really the first brand that ever completely changed my tune. I had a very specific train of thought when it came to a Grimsmo knife, having not handled one at the time that I had the opinion. And I stated my opinion. And then you guys watched over the course of 3 videos how I completely changed my mind about Grimsmo knives. And this was when they were at their absolute peak of popularity, where you could not get your hands on one. And if you did, you were paying nearly 3 times maker price. So yeah, there were people spending, $1,800, $2,000 for a Norseman that today you're going to spend $550 on. No bullshit. That's the real deal. That's the way it was. And I've always tried to be the person that was always truthful and honest. And if I made a mistake, I tried to own up to it. And I could have my mind changed in an argument if I was presented with facts. And with the Grimsmo thing, I had one idea in my head, and I could not have been more wrong. And I proved myself wrong over and over and over and over on video. And I should go back and watch those because I remember that as being quite fun. All right. But another maker that had wanted to make something or have something available for this, one of my true to God best friends that I've made in this community, in this industry, someone that I have a profound love and respect for, and getting to know him over the years changed the way that I looked at knife making, changed the way that I looked at how people's work ethic affects their knife making, and that is Todd Fischer Sr. Todd is one hell of an amazingly talented knife maker. Nobody can argue that. What a lot of people don't know is he spends a lot of time making his own steel, making his own Damascus. And he would, of course, prefer to work with his Damascus than anyone else's. So when you're buying a Fischer knife, yep, this feels like, yep, that's exactly what it is. Okay. When you're buying a Fischer knife, you know you are buying from the absolute best. From being a very skilled designer to an incredible machinist to someone that can sit down with CAD and CAM and then finally with the tool that makes it all happen. And then beyond that, beyond the machining, beyond the programming, the real knife making kicks in, where every component is finally finished. Everything is mated together in a perfect symbiosis and a wonderful balance of elegance. What you're looking at here is Todd's version of his son Frank Fischer's Battle. Now, there are a couple of ways that you can get a Battle these days. And it's a tragic situation for everyone involved. But right now, you could try to buy a Frank Fischer Battle on the secondary market. And if you thought the secondary market prices were high before, he can't make knives for about 10 years. Secondary market is absolutely bonkers. A knife like this only comes around every now and then. I do not know what the build price was on this for Todd to make it. And Todd, by the way, is the only one that has permission from Frank to make a battle, period. So you are either getting a Frank Fischer Battle that Frank had made, or you're getting a Frank Fischer battle that his father, Todd, has made, period. That's it. Here's the funny thing about this one in particular knife. This actually belongs to a mutual friend of Dirk and myself. His name is Chris. Absolutely super fantastic guy. Both Dirk and I have known him for a number of years. And we've both done a lot of business with him. A lot. We have bought and sold and traded out of each other's collections so many times, it's nuts. By the way, don't worry about this. And people have worried over the years. This is a soft linoleum. This is not hard granite. I wouldn't ever do anything where I could scratch up somebody else's expensive knives. This knife right here is actually for sale. Chris is looking to let it go only because of some things that he has to take care of, that he would much rather be keeping this knife in his collection than having to deal with what he's got to deal with. Now, with this being in Damacor, having one of the wilder custom pivots with the black Timascus pivot collars, black Timascus scales. It looks like Timascus for the backspacer. And then black Timascus pocket clip. The liners are jeweled. Do I have a little light here so I can show that very quickly? I do. Liners are beautifully jeweled inside. And this is one of the few liner lock battles. Most battles are either frame lock or bolster lock. The very first battles were small little frame locks, and then he made his way into bolster locks, and then started doing a few different sizes. This, I believe, is the 3 3/4 inch version, so it is the second largest, so it's a full size, not the XL. This battle, in these premium materials, with these finishes, easily over $10,000. Like, it's not even breathing hard to get to $10,000. Chris is looking for $5,800, guys. You would be getting this for half of what its actual value is. And think of anyone that you've ever talked to that has a battle. They are the perfect show-off knife. The aggressive nature of that double recurve Tanto harpoon blade, the utterly insane pivot work, the fine eggshell titanium bolsters, fitted perfectly to the black Timascus. Black Timascus being 3 grades of titanium plus zirconium to create the titanium Damascus. Look how everything is perfectly mated. The liner to the bolsters, even the rear bolsters, like everything about this is absolute perfection in knife making. We see how the core is centered in the blade. The polishing, the etching, everything about this. It's a friggin' battle, man. That is a grail among grails. And for someone to be able to get this for roughly half of what it's actually worth, just because of the situation the seller is in, it's incredible. I can tell you right now, if I had the spare play money, there is no way in the world I wouldn't buy this. I've actually considered doing something to make it happen that I don't want to do, that would affect me more than I would like. So the responsible adult in me is saying no. And I hate that because there are only 2 knives that I really, truly miss in a way that I can't put into words. My original battle and Big Red. And both of those have a story behind them, and it's rough. But I'll tell you right now, this thing, even from a distance, this is one of the most beautiful knives you're ever going to see. I'm going to take a couple pictures of it tomorrow and put it out there on my Instagram and let people see it. But hopefully those of you that have stuck around throughout this marathon of a friggin' upload, if you stuck around long enough, this is your reward. I hope I have it available for you. All you got to do is message me right through Instagram, okay? And I'll let you know, send you videos, send you pictures, whatever you want. And then I can put you directly in contact with Christopher, with the owner of the knife. You guys would work out your thing. I have nothing to do with the money whatsoever. If you two come to an agreement, you pay him, and then I will be glad to ship it out to you myself. I'll even give it a little kiss on the way out the door. Now it's got me curious, because this felt almost as big, almost as heavy. What did he send? Oh, oh boy. More Todd Fischer. And this is way more Todd Fischer. This is Todd Fischer's Archangel. So this is his original design, whereas that bad boy over there is his son's design. This is Todd's own Damascus. That's why I say Todd would rather work with his own Damascus. Look at how unbelievably beautiful that is. That is ridiculously sick. I don't know when Dirk got this, but it wasn't that long ago. Oh, man. Ooh, that is a big, heavy blade, too. That has got to be 180 thou thick. That's a thick bad boy right there, man. Oh, I love this. Dirk, holy shit. I'm going to carry this for a day or two before I send this back to you, boy. Ooh. It's been so long since I've held an Archangel. I love the Archangel. What a gorgeous, gorgeous knife. And my Archangel was a small Archangel, the 3 1/4 inch. So that's a dramatic difference from that to this. This one has a very interesting detent. Well, what else is in here, man? Okay, so that's pouch 1, pouch 2. What a wonderful surprise. Stan Wilson, non-flipper flipper. For those that don't know, am I already forgetting how to do this? Yep, I did forget. Sorry about that. It's been a long time since I've handled a non-flipper flipper. Non-flipper flipper number 5 was mine. Mine was the 5th one that Stan had made. And my good God, was that an amazing knife. The genius of Stan Wilson cannot be understated. Truly cannot be understated. To create a completely unique system where your bolster is your flipper tab and the other side of your bolster is your lock. You just have to twist it just right. Yeah, because that's your flipper tab. And this, you twist in this direction. Back here is Stan Wilson's signature inside of the backspacer. He always hand engraves them. Sometimes it'll be on a small placard of solid gold. There he has nicely decorated the liners, the inside of the back spacer. Because what this basically is, this is a lockback, like your daddy's old Buck 110, but just reversed. And in order to get that lock to move, you're doing this. Oh, I know, I just heard it move. There we go. All right. So that's just my thumb, my forefinger being dead from hours and hours of flipping and playing with knives. Man, what a beautiful roundup that is. All right, so let's see what the final mystery is. What did Dirk do to me here? Get out of town. For those of you that are familiar with Dirk's channel, you know the history and the provenance of this particular knife. And you know his insane love affair with this model. He owns more of Ed Kim's hellraisers than I think anybody ever has. This is the Red Horse Knife Works Hellraiser in the Black Death edition. This was the knife that Ed made for me, with the full zirconium bolsters, titanium liners, monster titanium sculpted pocket clip, that beautiful Hellraiser blade. This was the darker version, the meaner, the more evil version with the zirconium, because me and Ed love zirconium. And Dirk has owned a couple of my absolute favorite knives in my collection over the years. And he still houses what is probably the single most important knife to my channel, which now is as good of a time as ever to discuss it. I suppose I can. I've talked about this online, but I don't think I've really discussed it here on my channel. People have asked, whatever happened to Big Red? There are only 3. We know where all 3 are, but why don't you have Big Red anymore? For those that don't know, Todd Begg and I are good close friends, and I've always enjoyed supporting his work. And sometimes I forget that I'm showing support even when I'm not even trying to. If I post on Instagram or Facebook or something in the morning and go, hey, here's my daily loadout, here's the gear that I'm carrying today, that is me telling you guys what's sitting here in front of me is worthy of your time and money. I own it. I have vetted it. It's worth my money. It's worth yours too. Now, maybe that's common sense, but I don't really think of it like that on a day-to-day basis because it's just me doing me shit, like you and everybody else, or posting, our pocket dumps, what we're carrying that day. Well, every time I would post Big Red, people were getting the erroneous assumption that I was taking a different side in the battle within the Begg family. It's not my place to tell you the whole story. Todd has in the past. He has done it on his Facebook. And we're talking about the guys, they had lawyers involved, and this was a major thing. Todd almost lost the rights to his own fucking name. He had to fight to be able to use his own damn birth name. So going into business with family may sound good, but it doesn't always work out great. So I didn't take a side for a long time. I remained friends with Todd and Mark, equally split down the middle as best as I could be. I was fucking Switzerland. And it got to the point, finally, where you couldn't do that. You're going to be on one side or the other. And I chose what I felt was the right side. based on things that I know that happened that were not made publicly available, that Todd has not spoken about publicly. And it's a really, really, really big deal. And it's the kind of thing that within their family, they can't seem to resolve it. I certainly don't have any reason to think that I can resolve it within my own head over a stupid knife. But yeah, Big Red was always one of my absolute favorite knives forever, period. It now rests in Dirk's collection, and as you can see, he takes extraordinary care of everything that he gets, whether he uses it or not, and he is a user of certain knives, believe you me, but he is taking care of it so, so well. So that's why I sold Big Red. And I had sold it to someone, and then Dirk got it from them. So that person flipped it fairly quickly. Obviously, it was worth a hell of a lot more money than when I bought it. And it's worth a lot more money beyond that because of it trading hands a couple of times. Oh yeah, if I ever hit the lottery, Dirk knows I'm coming after him for Big Red. And likewise, he's always said that he'll always have it in his collection. And if I ever change my mind and want it, that it's there. So that's pretty friggin' awesome. And that's why it's nice to have friends in the community for just little stuff like that. It's knives and it's dumb, but we build an emotional connection to some of these knives, don't we? We really do. And to see a battle, a non-flipper flipper, and an archangel sitting here all together is amazing. And when I talked to Todd Fischer, I was hoping he had something laying around on its way out to a customer that I could borrow, or something he was tinkering around with or something. Because there was no way that I could do this final upload and not include my favorite family in the business, my favorite people. I had to include Todd. And I'm so thankful. Thank you, Dirk, for sending this out of your collection. Another unbelievably expensive knife. All of these shipped together in one box the week of Christmas. That's ballsy, man. I don't care who you are. And Dirk's always been like that. He's like, anything I ever have in my collection that you want to see, just call me up, let me know, and I'll drop it in a box for you the same day. Because that's how he is. He loves this hobby. He loves being involved in the hobby, being involved with the people around the hobby. This is a special little joy right here. And to come back and remember the Black Death Hellraiser. What a beauty. And I think it's a really good way to end this. This is the final segment. And I'm sure a lot of you are going, oh my God, it has taken me days and friggin' days to get through this. And I hope it was worth it for you, because I feel that this was a selection of knives that no one else could have brought out to you. From pretty simple, basic, affordable production knives like the mini chicane to the Devo Knives Saloon, which I'm so excited. That is such a cool little knife. Up to one-off prototypes, and up to stuff like this that are absolute unobtainium. Except for that one, because that one's currently for sale. Thank you to all my friends who participated. This really meant a lot to me. And it was really nice being able to just put a call out there and go, hey, anybody want to play along? And so many of you did. And then the collectors that stepped up. Rick Barnett, thank you again for sending in that Larevo Knives Griffin. What an absolute fucking sex panther that thing is. And to watch friends that have gone off on a whole new trajectory because we met at the right time. I was talking to a maker today. I don't want to say who it was, but somebody that participated here, and he called me up. And he says, man, he goes, we haven't talked in a while, and it makes me feel bad because I always want to continually thank you for what you've done for my family, the change that it made. And the same thing I always tell him is, I didn't make that happen. The quality of your work is so friggin' outstanding that when people saw the thumbnail, when I uploaded it, they saw that knife and went, oh, wow, I've got to see more of that. And then, sure, let's listen to what Jim says about it. And then they get caught up in it because they're looking at it in HD or 4K now, and they're amazed at what they're seeing on their screen. And remember, some people are sitting home watching this shit on 65, 75-inch televisions, man. So every little pattern in that billet is going to show up. And it's going to show up in a monster size in somebody's living room. So if your work is good, the camera doesn't lie. I'm not going to lie to cover anything up. So when I came out here with the multitude of knives of his that I had reviewed over the years, it was very easy to justify the expense of them. It was very easy to justify the weight. And it made me so proud to see a knife maker's dream come true because of the heavy influx of orders. I believe what he said today was on that first video, he got like 120 orders the next day. I can't even describe to you how good that makes me feel as a human being to be able to help someone else, do something like that for someone else. Because if I can come out here and showcase something as gorgeous as the knife sitting right here, you don't need me to tell you why this is a jaw-dropping, amazing knife. You may need to hear from me why you have to justify the expense. I mean, this is, again, a multi-$1,000 knife. If I had to guess, the build price was probably somewhere around $3,000. It's probably worth somewhere around $7,000 or $8,000 right now as it sits. And by being able to describe to people how seamless that S-shaped bolster goes into that carbon scale and back out to this rear bolster, how there's no gaps, there's no nothing, it's just done perfectly. And when people understand how you feel about the action, about the lockup, about every little thing, it's not just talking about buzzwords. You're not making a fucking TikTok. You're not doing a stupid dance. You're not doing MTV quick cuts and throwing shit all over the place and acting like an idiot and bouncing around and throwing your knife at birthday cakes that you've stapled to a wall. All this goofy shit I've been seeing on Instagram lately. People just want to hear honest feedback. When I disengage that lock, how does it feel? Is it cutting into my thumb? Is the liner so thin that it slices you? Is there lock stick? There's little things that people want to hear, along with the big things, when they're looking at knives that cost this kind of money. If all you're ever doing is showcasing, $85 QSPs, which, by the way, nothing wrong with them whatsoever, then that's fine. But if you're going to go out here and you're going to talk about premium quality shit made by premium quality people, you have to give it the care that it deserves. And yep, I know a lot of times I can just go on and on and on and on, and I'm just too overly verbose. I get it. A review that should take 8 minutes will take me 20. And I'm perfectly fine with that because I'm not in a hurry. I hope that you guys aren't in a hurry. If you're like me, you want every teeny tiny little detail before you make an investment. And if I'm going to invest, let's say in Todd Fischer's name, and I'm going to buy, let's say, a $3,000 Archangel, I want to know more than the specs that are written on his website. I want to hear more than oohs and ahs and sounds like a little kid being tickled under his foot. I want to hear the materials and why that material is special. Of course, I want to hear the specs. I want that repeated to me. But I want to hear about the machining process of that pivot. I want to know why the shape of this bolster makes it a little bit more desirable than a standard bolstered knife like this. I want to know why the way each knife is hand fitted, why that's important. Just the same way why I want to know why my custom 1911 2011 has oversized small parts that have to be filed down by hand to fit together. Where am I benefiting for that? How am I benefiting with that? Why am I spending that kind of money for a gunsmith to spend that much time on building my gun when I can go out and buy a $500, $600 Glock? There's a reason for it all. And if you dig in and you really enjoy this like I do, if I'm watching a gun review, I want it to be 20 minutes to 30, 40 minutes. I want to know the ins and outs from a tabletop perspective. I want to see inside and outside. I want to see it on the range. I want to see it performing. I want to hear the feedback from the shooter based on his personal or her personal experiences and make some comparisons for me. That's why we're here. So let's continue on with the education. I think that's something that's sorely being overlooked right now. Some people have got it in their head that the reason I guess they think that my channel was successful is because of my photography and my thumbnails. So now there's people out there that are even photographing stuff to look exactly how I photographed them or how I used to photograph them. I've changed my style over the past 2 years. But that didn't do anything for you. Put some substance into your reviews. Get to know the makers. Get some stories. Find out what made the Archangel different from any other model. Why did you choose an S-shaped bolster? Why did you choose to do your own Damascus on this knife? All of these things, these are important things. Now, I'm not doing a full review on these. If I did, we'd be doing 20 minutes just on this knife, and I'd have all those answers for you. But that's for Dirk to do. That's Dirk's knife. Go bother him about it. Don't be an asshole. Anyway, that's the end of the road for me, guys. 2012 to 2025, I've had an amazing journey, and I've had so much fun sharing all of this with you guys. The people that I met along the way, it's been phenomenal. And while I don't get to travel too much these days because of my health, at some point, hopefully that will change and I can get back to going to some blade shows and hanging out with you guys. But for now, I just have to enjoy the interactions that we have online. So follow me also on Instagram. I'm not going nowhere. Follow all these great knife makers on Instagram. Hopefully they're not going anywhere. Now I get to spend the next 2 days packaging up knives and shipping them, shotgunning them all across the country. This is going to be fun. Thank you guys for joining me. As always, it has been an incredible pleasure to represent these knives for you and give you a chance to hopefully see stuff that you may not get a chance ever to see again. That's what all this started for. That's what it's always been about. And it just snowballed into more fun. So I got hooked to it. I got addicted to it. And you guys made it worthwhile. Now it's just not as worthwhile as it used to be. But I'll tell you this, if you guys manage to bring my subs up to 100,000 subscribers, I will come back periodically and make some videos this year. Not a lot, not a crazy amount, but enough that you go, yeah, he didn't go nowhere. He's still here. Until then, please come see me on Instagram, spend some time with me, and follow my stories, because that's where all the fun shit is. That's where all the offensive shit is. And I'll see you guys later.